see if we have this right.
This leader is provided to permit the projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before the film begins.
All right, close that up. There's multi-stream. Check 1 2, check 1 2, mic check. This might crash right now. I don't. It might start. This might crash. Dude, why is that so fucking loud? That's loud as fuck too. Can't seem to see any of the chat right now. We're gonna find out. Hey, good morning out there. Almost afternoon. If the stream might crash, not the market, the stream might crash. Let's talk directly to you really quick. So just a heads up that no, the stream could crash because I've been making some changes. And you're not like, I think the last stream you were watching is not the new stream. But I don't know if it crashes. It's going to be because I'm trying to run too much data at one time. So we're gonna find out right now. We're gonna find out right now if it crashes. And give me just a second here. I gotta do one or two quick things here. We're going to find out here. So we have a new stream format that we're running. And hang tight, we'll switch over to the full chart here. What do I got there? Main screen. Main screen. And that's wrong. Already having issues. Apple coming back, Walmart coming back, Misfit, Google, and Meta. 1 second here. I got something I got to work on here. Title of this broadcast is yeah. So even the camera's kind of wrong. Spooky stories to tell each other in the dark. Spooky stories for bulls to whisper to each other. I had a panic attack in the middle of the night last night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna check this Euro Open and see what they do. So I was talking to David AMS in the middle of the night on Globex, the Globex channel in the middle of the night last night. And I'm like, yeah, they should buy this here. I'm like, but back on May 23rd, I go back on May 23rd, they rolled it really fast. I was like, they bounced it on the 23rd, right, into the close. Then they rolled us down into the following day until about 11:30 in the morning. And so Dave looked at it and he was like, yeah, I totally remember that. I was like, yeah, man, they did it for one more morning. And so I'm here awake with you at 2 o'clock in the morning to see if we can buy this. And I assumed that, so my assumption here, we'll take a look here. So my assumption here was that, yeah, that's all wrong. My assumption here was that, that we would run this up into the overnight, say like, let's call it like 3 o'clock in the morning, right? 2, 3 in the morning, something like that. We'd grab that, we'd grab like the 253 or so. Like 2 a.m. they would buy it, run it up to like 4, 6 o'clock in the morning, then sell it down by the opening bell here. Was the expectation. Now we're gonna look at a hold on here. I want to make sure I get this right. This is ES. Nice bounce off daily trigger. But I want to show you the May 23rd incident right here. And this is like this nice new screen I got for you guys. It's going to be awesome around here. Wait till you see all the stuff I've got for you. So on May 23rd, we came down, slammed into the daily trigger. And then we closed the day, right? 4 o'clock came, closed the day. And what did they do? Whoop, straight down, blast off, full recovery, off and running, back to the upside again. So this was, this bounce here was 3:30 in the afternoon on May 23rd. And I got caught in that. I like woke up the next morning and we had rolled over in the middle of the night. The Euro opened, sold it. 11:30 came in, boom, bought it back up, and we went up a substantial amount. We went up 3% right here, 3% right here. That's 6%, and then of course this monster run up here for like another 10%. So it's like a total of a 16% move higher on May 23rd. So last night I'm in the Globex channel, and I'm like, shit, I'm gonna have to sell this stuff down. Well, not sell it down. I'm like, I'm gonna buy it and run it up in the middle of the night. And it bounced at 2 a.m. And then David and I were trading, and you could see the liquidity leave futures. And then some asshole had like a stink bid for 100 contracts way, 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 way down in the depths of hell. So we were in the Discord, and I'm like, shit. Here they go. They're going to do it. And boom, they blasted it down in the middle of the night. And then at like 4 a.m., they're down there just hammering the daily trigger. They're just hammering on it, just like a bunch of savages down there trying to break through the daily trigger. They weren't going to break through it, but they sure as shit tried. They tried so hard. Let me show you how hard they tried. I mean, just look at that down there. Oh, hold on here. They tried, all right. So here's the daily trigger, and they were like, wham, 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 in the middle of the night. 4 a.m., they were down there like a bunch of construction workers trying to get the jackhammer out and break through. I mean, just look at this here. Look at the sauce right here. So this is SPY. This is actually the chart that I posted yesterday with little green bucks on it. And, I mean, just look at that down there. They were just down there with, like, hammer drills and oil rig drills trying to get through it and trying to do all they could. They didn't succeed. Now, they did. Sorry, I lost my voice. They did try to succeed. They did their darndest. They sure as hell did their darndest. But that is important too. We have to realize that They did try to sell this market at, well, at 2 a.m. they sold it, but then at 4 a.m. specifically, they were just down there with jackhammers. Didn't work. I didn't quite get the PT of 447. It did trade 447.37 in cash market. So 37 cents off. They did get it though this morning at 10:35. And back in May we bounced and we ended up going up 16%. So about, I think it was 16% total. I'll try to check it right now. I'll give the full. Let's see if I can measure how much percentage points we went up from that May 23rd instance. We're also going to talk about. I said it was May 23rd, but it wasn't. Oh, was it May 23rd? Yeah, I think it was May 23rd on ES. I'll try to figure out. I think it was like 6 and like 10% to the upside.
S&P 500 pairs losses, last down 0.12%. Dow pairs losses, last down 0.03%.
Hang tight 1 second. My chat box doesn't belong there. My chat box blocks over here next to me. Next to my face. So what are the expectations here, right? Regardless, we didn't get up to the hourly trigger and sell off of it. Futures did sell it down. We did slam into the daily trigger. So now we're looking to find out what the reaction is on SPY and see where we expect to go and if we get any resistance. Now, right now, we are trading off the half hour right now. Or we're trading off the half hour, but it is in the bull's favor to break through here. So I expect us to break through this and above, believe it or not.
Shortly expecting the results of the Freddie Mac mortgage rate statistics.
We're going to talk about what the 45107. We're going to trade this up here, I believe. Pretty high confidence that we're going to trade this hourly trigger up here. Pretty high confidence that we're going to trade this. We're going to come back down here, and we're going to trade this hourly trigger right now. We trade 451 and some change. Now, I did change the broadcast format. We're going up to 451. I guarantee it. At minimum, I think that's the minimum that we're going up. You weren't able to break through daily trigger, which is good. Now you did try. Now in previous examples of that attempt, I'm always looking for the closing bars underneath daily trigger. That not happening right now. It doesn't look good. A seller's not done here, though. So if you are bearish below the daily trigger, you are looking for the rejection and then closing bars underneath daily trigger. Like, this isn't good enough. You can't come down here, kiss it. If you do that, then it's all over, right? It's buy the dip, move on. That's what I think it is. I think you tag daily trigger. That's your pullback that you get. Now, if at any point we start having closing bars underneath daily trigger, we have to start talking about 425, like a big
US
move down.
30-year fixed rate mortgages, 6.9% August
so
3rd
loud?
week versus 6.81% the prior week.
That is ridiculously loud.
Freddie Mac says home prices are rising despite higher rates and
Hang
lower
tight for a second
demand
here.
due to very low unsold
I'm
inventory.
getting ridiculously feedback inside my. Trying to change
Freddie
the
Mac
format
says
here.
upbeat economic data and U.S. government credit rating downgrade is causing rates to rise.
I got to turn this down here. Hold on.
Freddie Mac 15-year fixed rate mortgage averaged 6.25% as of August 3rd.
So you've got scary stories being told in the dark as well. So I had Bloomberg on in the overnight, and I was shocked at the doom that was being sold in the overnight. I was like, my God, I was like, these people are acting like it's the end of the world. I was like, they're acting like it's World War fucking III out there. I'm like, this is insane. So I was a little concerned with some of the doom being sold. And then I looked up some of the people that were being interviewed. So one of the stories I read last night was from CNBC, and they're like, this guy was on the team. They're like, this guy was on the team for the. Let me see if I can find it right here. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, they pulled out no stops. Like CNBC had a story about the credit downgrade. So I'm like, well, this must be important. So, like anything with CNBC, I looked up who they were interviewing. Yeah, one of these stories was from CNBC. The Fitch U.S. rating cut is here to stay, says analyst who worked on the S&P downgrade in 2011. So I'm like, okay, let's find out who this fucking guy is. Oop, I swore. Yeah, this guy's name is Hentov, Hentov. You can look this guy up. I'm like, Hentov, huh? So I looked this guy up. This guy has like predictions. He throws them out there on on Twitter. Like big ones, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, and he was wrong on every fucking one of them. But here's where it gets crazier. I looked at his professional profile. This guy's been in the market for 12 years. 12. So that means he was like a year 1 or year 2 graduate of university. He was like 20-something years old or something. He was like a first or second year graduate of university. And he worked on the team for the downgrade. You should look at this article. I'll post it for you right now. So I'm always trying to figure out what I'm actually watching. Hold on a second here. I got some other stuff I got to do. I'm always trying to figure out. Hold on here. I got some stuff I got to do in the background. I'm always trying to figure out who I'm listening to, who's giving me my information, why I'm getting that information. I'm gonna post a link to this article. This is from CNBC. Yes, I just posted it on YouTube. I'm gonna post it on Twitch right now. Hold on, I gotta do something. Okay, so I think I got all that set. So I just posted a link to this, right? This guy was like a second year during the last down downgrade. This guy was like a second year person. I'm gonna tell you something. There ain't no fucking way. So I just swore again. There ain't no fucking way that this fucking guy was anything other than a coffee grabber. That's what this guy was. He went and grabbed coffee. There ain't nobody out there. You're smoking crack if you think some guy, a prestigious graduate of great university, but you're out of your mind if you think some guy, a second-year graduate, was having anything to do with discussion, thinking, breathing. with the previous downgrade that we had in 2011. Look this guy up. You can look up his bio. Guy's been a professional for 12 years. We're in the year 2023. This guy was like a year and a half out of school, and he's on CNBC. He's an expert on CNBC about the last credit downgrade. So I do question. And what's fascinating, too, is how he's quoted in this story on CNBC. He's like quoted talking about the politics and how it will stick until the politics change in the U.S. government. So I went and looked up his history. And, you know, this guy is like, now, I don't care if he's a Republican or a Democrat, but you know who he is. And, you know, he's pushing a political point in a time where we have an inflection point in our political system that's going to become public in the courts. This stuff does impact our stock market. He specifically says in this article about not like he highlights the deterioration of the fiscal deterioration in the next 3 years, but specifically talks about how our politics is the reason that the rating won't be improved until, I think there's a quote in there somewhere about more or our politics being more predictable. I do agree with that statement. Our stock market, that like the seven eyes or six eyes, you know, I don't know if you know who those people are, but there are people that run our stock market in the background. There are they call them the bond vigilantes. These people, they are the secret strings that technically pull the purse strings, like the Bill Ackmans out there, and you've got Carl Icahns out there. These people, they provide liquidity to our market. They remove liquidity from our market, and they love gridlock, and they love our government to be secretive. It doesn't matter if they're Democrats or Republicans. They don't like airing dirty laundry in public, and they really don't like uncertainty in our elected officials. Bill Cashman came out. They wheel out Cashman like every election in the morning, like 3-4 in the morning. They're like, we're very happy here, on Wall Street, down here in the pits, and he talks about how they like that gridlock. They love when the Senate is split, when the House is split, even if there's one deciding vote, anything like that. And they like that because the more that can't get done in our political system, the easier it is for our financial system to run unadulterated and unmolested by politicians. And they certainly don't want to see you as Bob on Main Street seeing the underpinnings of our of anything coming out in a court or court. And this guy pretty much says it too. So I agree with him on that statement. He's kind of blunt about it. But the doom and gloom that's being sold and using this guy as I guess you'd say like a citable source as a coffee fetcher is kind of scary, right? You got a guy saying, "Hey, this guy puts out predictions all the time with a certain political leaning." So I don't know. He's got a lot of geopolitical background too. So it looks to me like a lot of damage control. It also looks to me like the fear from this downgrade is a little exaggerated. There's probably a lot in the background from very powerful people that have motivations that have not shown themselves yet. Someone in Discord last night said, "Why does Cap want to buy TLT? It's burning to the ground." And I'm like, that's an amazing that's an amazing comment to see inside the Discord. Why does Cap want to buy TLT if it's burning to the ground? I'm like, if it's burning to the fucking ground, somebody wants to buy it dirt fucking cheap. I don't know who that is. I don't know who's upside down. Who's the woman in the photo behind Cap? So we do have, so I just want you to be aware of that is, I think the thumbnail today to today's video was about Halloween in August. I don't know exactly what I wrote on that, but it's something about drinking the Kool-Aid. At 2 o'clock in the morning last night, this is the true story. It was like 2 or 3, no, it was like 2, I think it was like 4 a.m. As we were slamming down on that daily trigger, I was like, they're really trying to get through this. They're really breaking their ass right now trying to break through this. And I'm like, I can't believe 100 contracts you can sell the whole entire fucking market and break through here. I'm like, this is a disaster. There's someone there that wants to get through. And the other thing was that when you're talking about Apple, right? They didn't sell 65 million shares of Apple in the overnight last night. You got to be out of your fucking mind if you think they did that at last night between 4 and 9 p.m. or even at 4 a.m. this morning that was going to happen. You're out of your fucking skull. You're going to shave off billions and billions of dollars on 100 I mean, I'm kind of over-exaggerating here, but pretty much telling the truth. Trillions out of the stock market, anything like that, that's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, there was do you guys remember when they had something happening at the Pentagon the last time we had a rollover? Or then yesterday you had more false threats against the Pentagon this time. That was yesterday. You don't find that coincidence? No. Or yes. Or no, it's not a coincidence, is it? Now, anyways, move on from that for a moment. My point here stands, though, about not drinking the Kool-Aid. Whenever we're selling off, you want to be doing two things. You want to be checking tickers that are not selling off, and you also want to be looking for where the money is going while we're selling off. And you also want to be trying to parse what stuff actually means. Is it as serious as the news is portraying it? Is it really that ugly? Is it really that dangerous? Who are the people they're citing as sources to be trusting? This guy is untrustable. I don't know who that guy is, or I mean, I kind of know who he is, but that guy was a nobody. That guy's not a source that you trust for the downgrades that we have. And so I want to also talk about a few things about the show here. So there's more changes coming, but on the right-hand side of the screen now, you're going to see Bookmap's been reduced a little bit. I'm mostly interested in its dome. I'm mostly interested in where the standing orders are, up and down buys and sells, where the liquidity is below and above. I think we've given a little bit too much more space than we should. Hold on a second here. I want to see one more thing. Because you guys didn't... Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. A little bit more space now available to the actual charting. Wait, we're going right here. It's right there, that's where we're going. So, but then down below me, we've added a few things, more than a few things. I think 4 or 5 things. So the first thing that we've added is, watch my cursor down here. This is a heat map. And this heat map, I can set it to 1 hour, 4 hours, 1 day, a week. If it's red and green, you know what that means. If it's gray, you know what that means. And so we can actually look. Right now, this is set to the day, but I'm going to set it to 1 hour and show you that the chart is a little bit different. I'm going to click on one of these so you can see some of this cool stuff that we've got. So this one's already green. So right now we're mostly gray, right? So on an hourly basis, we're about neutral right now in the market. You can see that. There are some greens in here. I'm going to tag one of them right now. Click on that. That's the Fair Isaac Corporation. You can see that right there. FICO. You guys know what FICO is, right? You can see here, I can show you this chart down below. It's green right now, right? Opening bell, blasting off right now. And I'm going to show this to you. I'm going to show you this chart down below right here. And we can actually look at this chart in 1 minute and see if there's anywhere to buy a dip on this chart. I'm going to scroll down to a 1 minute chart here. It's blasting off down here. So if you're looking for, right now it's trading 860.32. And this is just an example. If you're looking to buy a dip on this ticker down here, it's 854.80. So we're going to be able to check specific places on the heat map where stocks are either going up or they're bleeding off. If you're a bear and you're like, I want to short something today, you're like, hey, Cap, can you find me a bear ticker to short today? This one's red right here. So just on an hourly basis, what's going red, what's going green, we'll be able to tell from now on and look at specific tickers. Here's another one that's green. This is Discover Services, right? We'll take a look at Discover and see why it's turning green. Or if it's turning green or not. This one is not. Looks like it's about to turn up here in just a moment. So it's just starting to turn up. It's like Discover, if it gets above 103.53, you could probably trade it to 106.57. So we'll run around the market whenever we like. And from this point forward, be able to check some stuff out here, which is kind of cool. Let me do one more thing here. And then I also have a TweetDeck up. So we can switch over here and roll through TweetDeck from now on and take a look at what's going on in TweetDeck. See, we can actually highlight, click on stories on TweetDeck down below here. And then we can also look at the economic calendar as we move forward throughout the day and the week. What's on board for the economic calendar. I have one more cool one too. So hold on there. I got one more cool one. I'm not gonna wait a minute here. So show you this one here. I did I posted it. I ask Reddit thing so I can ask you guys stupid questions from now on. If it's a slow day, I can ask you guys stupid questions and you guys can answer them for me.
So U.S. Secretary of State Blinken says in the event of a return to the grain deal, the U.S. will continue to make sure everyone, including Russia, can export food products safely.
Can you guys make a comment on Twitch, can you? If you're on Twitch, can you make a comment right now so I can see if you're there?
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Whew. Someone said they wanted a larger. I had a friend of the show last night say, you have to put a larger camera view of you on the show. So I was like, okay. I was like, we'll do that. I was like, but I tried to put a bigger picture on the show, and I'm like, eh. I was like, I guess this is the bigger picture. You're not getting the left and right anymore, but you can at least see my ugly mug on stream from now on. We've got more rooms now too. We've got not rooms. We've got more scenes now. So we've got I think it's good. This is now the full screen version. So if you want to see a larger time frame when we give market updates, I need to make my camera smaller up here. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can. Oh, wait a minute here. Maybe it's locked. I don't know why that's not unlocked. There we go. Okay, it's not working. I don't know why that's not working. Maybe it's because it needs to up here. Let's see if that works. Nope, still having issues with it. That's the way of the world there, I guess. I'll try to make that smaller for you tomorrow. We've got the trigger screen right here. So here's another one. So we can just go straight to the triggers every day. Look at that nice, beautiful fucking dip buy down there. Buy the dip on the spoos. Well, if you're looking for the next leg down on SPY, I'm going to graph that out for you right now. So what you're looking for. Oop. No. Hold on here. Apologize for my voice here. So if you're looking for that, more blood in the market, that chase, like we're going down to the depths of hell, Fitch actually means something. It's something like this right here. You're going to see this squeeze take place, blast up. Woohoo! Now, if we start consolidating in here and then make our way down, it still wouldn't go like that. It would be something like this, break underneath, and then begin to make our way down. So if you're a bear out there, you're looking for that break of 447.23 is what you're looking for. Otherwise, if you're a bull, you are going to be watching for the squeeze higher here. You're going to take the money and run off the hourly trigger. If it breaks above and starts to consolidate, we'll go back up to the scene of the crime, fail there, and then head all the way back up to the previous high above here. What you don't want to see if you're a bull is the pullback in here. You'd have no trade until the hourly trigger got underneath and started to send us higher again over here. So how does that translate to what you're looking for here as a bull? Is we'll go back over to the main screen.
Fully expect our Chinese counterpart to come to the US.
And here it is right here. Okay, so this is your
US
daily
Secretary
trigger.
of State Blinken says he's not received a response yet from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi on the invite to Washington, but expects to have an opportunity to meet.
This is that chart I just showed you expressed, right? So you come down, slam into the daily trigger. You'd come back up here, fail, right, and bounce around in here, or come underneath and begin to trade ourselves down. But you are going to expect this, at least this trade up higher. Now, if we do break above the hourly trigger, boom, right, and start to consolidate. If we begin to make our way up and higher with the white and the red and the green right here, and start making our way up, we'll go back to the scene of the crime from there. So the trade right now is to the upside until we get failure up here. And right now we almost have the cross forming right here. And you might be asking yourself, why do I think we get up here? And I'll show you that right now, why I believe that. And I'm going to explain this to you I'm going to explain this to you why I think we're going up there right now. So just back on SPY right here. Whenever I'm trying to buy a dip on the SPY, well, there's two things here. I'm going to show you two things. So I always like buying a dip on the SPY, which I have bought, by the way. I'm long this market. I still have put. Matter of fact, I got puts on my 432s were 47 cents this morning. So I'm getting torched here on my put position. Any of this stuff down here, love buying these things, right? Buy the dip, and then right now where we are, buy the dip. You see this velo on this downside here. Now there's some concern here. There is some concern here, and I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that right now. Okay. What I don't want to see is this buy the dip fail. So if we're coming down here on velo, right, big velo down here, and I want you to pay attention to the daily velo. If we get the failure at any point, not being able to close those gaps above, not being able to return to the scene of the crime, the market will actually become, daily velo will begin to come down. And that would mean that we turn into start selling the fuck out of this market pretty hard and heavy. So we're looking for what happens here. Right? So what is the response to all of this selling? So if you're a bull, right? Now the velo on hourly velo is saying that these sellers are weak. So if we break above here, right? We have to have continuation. This is in 3 to 5 days or whatever. To the upside. We have to get that continuation. If we fail here and start closing on lower high or lower lows and higher lows, right, you're going to see daily velo start to rain down. If that's the case, we're going to flip from bullish and start to use the hourly trigger instead of a support to go higher, a place to actually sell the market. So we're going to be paying attention right here to what happens between here and here, okay? We want to make sure that two things if you're a bull. You want to make sure that we get above it, and you want to make sure that eventually we begin to make our way up and start to close out some of that scene of the crime from before. It's kind of a critical area here, right? As a bull, you don't want to see a failure down below. You don't want to see us start to come back down. And if that is the case, we will begin to move this hourly trigger down and start to sell off it to go all the way down to, I believe it's 425 right now. Yeah, 426. So it should be about 430 once we get down there. 43200, 200, excuse me, 4320, I believe, on ES, and then 430 on SPOOs. And if you want to know what my take here is, I don't think you're getting down there. Or maybe you need to stir up some more Kool-Aid drinking shit. And that's that point about 4 a.m. I got scared at 4 a.m. I have a lot of I did close out PayPal, but I haven't closed out Starbucks. I haven't closed out a lot of my portfolio. And so my portfolio, I was having a conversation after the stream yesterday with a close friend of mine, and I'm like, man, I'm scared right now. I'm like, I just had a show on Sunday that was discussing
a $10 million option play targeting 5-year at 4.2% by the month end. So this is one standout treasury options trade.
$5 million option trade. I wonder who pulled that trade.
Bullish positions in the 5-year tenor, starting in which is targeting a yield to drop to around 4.2%.
Nice.
3 weeks. So premium paid so far is up to around $10 million for the upside play.
So my friend that I'm talking to last night, I'm like, I just did a show on Sunday where I was telling people that I got to start considering consolidating my my exposure in the market. And it wasn't so much that I didn't want the exposure to the upside, it's that I don't want to be managing this many tickers. I have a lot of I have a litany of tickers that I'm like, I can't manage all this stuff. I'm like, it's getting kind of crazy right now. And as we go up and we have earnings coming out for all these tickers, trying to like take the money and run on some of them, and then some of them I'm leaving them on, and some of them I'm cutting them when, like I cut PayPal at the absolute best time. Starbucks, I panicked, didn't sell it, came right back up again. They had great fucking earnings. Matter of fact, I think they're up again this morning. But I'm like, hey, I want to take the money off that ticker. It has underperformed for me. Tyson Foods has done better for me this year than that ticker. TGT, we're talking about that ticker yesterday. I mean, I'm like kicking it like a can. Like, please start to move up. And so I've got all these tickers that I'm watching, and I just want to consolidate it all down to owning the SPY, and not have to worry about all these tickers heading into September, October, and into the beginning of the year. So as we now, here's my fear: 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm having a panic attack because this will make or break my year. Like this is like me having an okay year like last year, and having a banner year type panic. And of course, I'm scared shitless. So I'm up in the middle of the night trying to sell this market down or buy this market up until 4 a.m., right? And because there's a lot of money in the line, right? This is kind of like makes or breaks your year. And I was sweating. I gotta be honest with you. And the first thing I had to think to myself at 4 a.m. as they were slamming into that daily trigger was, snap out of it. Like, whack yourself in the face right now. And I already know they're trying to take out all these stops down below the daily trigger. That's their point. Like, get down there underneath the hourly trigger, stop all these people out, make them panic and sell their positions. I didn't sell shit at 4 a.m. this morning, but I was scared. I was panicking. I'll be honest with you. It did not feel good at 4 a.m. this morning. I did not feel good. I felt sick to my stomach, and I was in panic. Like my head was, you're talking about some pretty significant amount of money. Yeah, PayPal, I got out of it yesterday. I had stops on it, or 2 days. I think it was 2 days ago. Everything's a blur right now. I'm not sleeping a lot. I'm like doing a ton of work in the background, and then I'm trying to trade the market, and then I'm fucking awake in the middle of the night trying to trade futures. So my thoughts on PayPal right now, pissed off. Pissed off about PayPal. There's a few tickers out there so it's really weird. The tickers that I didn't think that would do well for me are doing great. Some tickers out there that have been dogs for me, like Starbucks, been a dog for me. Not happy with like when I look at like a ticker like Tyson, I'm like, I'm gonna own that fucking ticker for have to own that ticker for like 3 to 4 years, and it's outperforming. So like Budweiser, should be like a 3-year hold. I'm like, I want to take the money and run. You know, Starbucks, I'm like, yeah, that should be like 3 months, maybe 6 months, for a fair return, and haven't seen it, right? Haven't seen what I want it to be. 10%'s not good enough on those tickers. So if I'm on spec growth, I'm expecting 30%. If I'm on like a Tyson Foods, on this run, I'm expecting 30%. If I'm on Tyson Foods, I'm like, yeah, it's exposure to the market. It's a company that's not going anywhere. Maybe I hold it for 2-3 years, something like that. Maybe I even give it to my kids. I have one daughter that's almost 18 years old. I'd like to give her some stuff and be like, here, this is for you. You graduated high school, you're going to college, here you go. When I was a kid, my dad gave me Disney stock. And when I became a young man, I actually sold that stock. I went into a stockbroker's office. This is back when there was like this time in the early 2000s where they would have like I forget it was like E-Trade or something, or I went into one of those offices and they had like a bunch of sharks in there, and I had paper Disney stock certificates, like paper Disney stock certificates from the 1970s. And I'm like, here, give me my money. Stupidest move I ever made. And I should have just held them. My beautiful, gorgeous paper Disney stock certificates. But some of my some of my investment portfolio is doing great. Some of it's doing expected, but the ones that I expected to do better are my biggest dogs right now. Oh, we're not done. We're going up. I assure you we're going up. I'm like full boat, 100% positively sure we're going up here. There's no risk. We're going up. We're going to blast the fuck off right here. Blasting the fuck off right here. We're cranking. We're going up here. We're not done. Hold on a second here. I got to check on my boys over here in Twit. Now trading 449.86. NVDA 4-hour performance up 1.26%. Apple up 0.37%. Keep your eyes on HWM. They're starting to regain a little bit of their composure here. Trading 48.43. They're now above their half hour and 1 hour, coming up onto their daily trigger up here at 49.05. If they're able to get above this 49.05, they should return to the scene of the crime. The upside on 51.08. HWM. Looking at PLD right now as well. Yeah, I saw the articles about X starting their own trading platform. Those articles have been out for about 6 months or maybe even longer. There has been whispers about it for a long time. But they want you to trade on Twitter now. I think that's a disaster. I think that's a disaster. Yeah, I think Apple goes to the moon into the close. 449.87 right now on SPY, trying to get up here into the hourly trigger to a price target above of 451. Squeezing higher now, trading 450.09 here. Long all of this right now, just making sure I'm going to take a little bit off and try to catch another. Squeeze up into this hourly trigger. Yeah, new layout. It's weird. I got to change my camera. The camera angle's kind of weird in my face. Makes it look like I got like a blockhead from the side. Trading 450.18, 450.19, 450.23. Thanks for the comment on the new setup. We should be able to this is a 4-hour performance down here to the bottom side here, so you can see what's turning around right now. Microsoft in the last 4 hours up 0.42%, Google up 0.62%, Apple up 0.26%. Squeezing even higher now. Come on up there so I can get the rest of this off. Keep on going. Keep on squeezing.
So noting the S&P 500 turning positive on the session now.
Should blast. Keep on blasting right up there. Note that as we come up into this hourly trigger, there you go. Keep on squeezing, baby. You're going to see sellers come in up here. Want to sell this back down on you. The sellers are waiting right up in here. One-minute chart. Hell yeah. Look at that 1 minute chart squeezing right up in there. Keep on going. A little bit more, baby. A little bit more. Keep on reaching. Thanks, Stacy. I had someone say they wanted more camera, but I can't fit that. Like, I don't want to be like some of these guys. They're like, so I had some pretty good. So you have to be objective and ask people for. Oh yeah, keep on going, keep on trucking, keep on squeezing, keep on squeezing up there. Keep on squeezing up. Keep on squeezing up. Keep on squeezing up. I asked a friend, I said, can you give me some advice on how to have a new layout or format? He was like, you need to put some more stuff in the stream. I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then he's like, you got to make the camera bigger. I'm like, okay, we'll do that. So I tried to do the bigger camera, and I'm like, it doesn't fit in the layout. So he cut the sides down, but the camera's bigger, I guess.
So according to AP News, the US may put troops on commercial ships in order to stop Iran's seizures.
And then he said I needed to make cuts between scenes. He was like, you gotta switch up the broadcast. He's like, you gotta click between stuff. Oh, and then he said I had to swear less. I've already ruined that today. So I'm working on it though. Come on, give me just a little bit more. Little bit more. You can do it just a little bit more. Get on up there. Yeah, it's not new news. I guess it matters right now. The financial trading jet. This news down here about social media platform X seeking a financial data giant to build trading hub inside of the app. I thought they already had that. I thought they already know who it was that was going to do that. So we're gonna watch SPY as he come up into this resistance up here. Into this 1 minute chart down below here. If you look down below, you'll see as we're trading up into this trigger here. So just follow my cursor below the screen down here. You'll see us trading up this nice squeeze above. I don't like TLT. I like the expression in a 3 times bull. I like the 3-time bull ETFs. That's the best way to express that trade. TLT, whenever I'm in it, I get caught. I have to stay in it for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks for the returns that I'm looking for on like 1 day or 3 days. Squeezing up right now. Still on SPY, trying to tag that hourly trigger. You see it right there. If you pay attention down below. Thanks, I appreciate that, Alex. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Thanks, Tacos in the Hood. Yeah, we don't have the heat map on there for that reason. I guess maybe you missed it. I guess you missed what I was trying to say to you. The heat map is not where it's at. It's clicking through to the trigger system, but I guess that doesn't mean anything. I want to shoot myself in the head sometimes. It says, sorry, but the heat map is useless. Any halfway decent trader have that on the radar anyway. Yeah, so we're not using the heat map. Let me explain it better to you one more time. Let me go through it so that we'll be clear as day. We have the heat map up down below so that when I click on the heat map ticker, it goes to the tool. Does that make sense or no? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm lost. Viewers like the swearing. Yeah, they do like the swearing. You know what doesn't? The algorithms. They hate the swearing. Dude, they just took 2 fucking pennies from me, now 3 pennies. Trading view chart instead of heat maps works too. Yeah, you guys, I enjoy the swearing. Open moon after the earnings today. NQ took out PM high, HD super bullish, took the money and ran off the C's, made 80%. What's going on, Ross Walks? How are you? We need a pump it song. Heat map is the tool. Yeah, so the heat map is yeah, exactly. So let me go over this one more time because I think you guys are getting lost here. So some of you are. It's kind of funny too because the ones of you out there that are like, the heat map doesn't mean anything. I'm like, I guess maybe you aren't. Maybe you are. But so Ross, explain one more time. So we have a heat map down here, okay? And we have it on multi-time frames. We have it on 1 hour. We have it on 4 hour. We have it on daily, okay? So you can get a gist of, on the baseline, a gist of the market, right? So I can show that to you down below. And if you're like, hey, Cap, can you take a look at that ticker right there? Look at this one right here, right? It brings up that ticker, right? Advanced Microsystems, right? So get the heat map, and the heat map goes to the chart for AMD, right? But then we actually switch over to the tool. Does that make sense to you? So you guys can see the tool in real time on an individual ticker while I'm trading the SPY right here. Does that make sense to you? Or I don't know. Maybe not. AMD right now, as an example, holding its daily trigger. AMD has a 1, 2, 3, 4 cluster bull cross coming up right now on its 30-minute chart. So if you're looking at the bottom of your screen, you're going to be looking for, we're going to switch to a 1-minute chart right now on AMD. And you can see its cross right here. And you can see all of these triggers crossing above. It's going to have an attempt to try to close 115.75 and then ultimately 120.20. Any pullbacks on its 113.51, if it holds, it should go up and close 120. So AMD, I guess that's not rocket science. You love the swearing? Hey, Brittany, what are you doing? Sorry I haven't responded. I got your DM, and I'm going to DM you back. I've been crazy busy. I'm working like 18-hour days right now. Literally like 17, 18, 19-hour days. And I'm not getting much sleep. But I'm going to DM you back because I'm lost. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm like begging Brittany. I'm like, Brittany, I need help. You like the layout on the stream? Yeah, I think this is going to help people a lot. F the algos. I got to stop swearing. I'm going to do it. I'm going to like maybe save it. I think this, let me rephrase it. If I do a recorded video, I think I can't swear. And then I think that, I know that over the length of time, like 7 hours of streaming, that it's okay to swear here and there. But I think on like the 20-minute, 15-minute videos, that kind of stuff, can't be any swearing. And so we're going to try to cut that out. I even wrote myself, I should show you guys what I printed out a bunch of stop swearing signs. So maybe I'll just save them for the best moments. Thanks, Wilson McNasty. And rocket ships. I'm reading whatever you guys are saying in the chat right now. It's hilarious. Yeah, that's what you're seeing. So you're going to see the triggers in Velo more by having this heat map down below. We can just go around the internet, find a ticker quickly through the heat map so that you guys can see where this is going to start taking place on an hourly basis, right? So it's relevant to right now, right? And we click through, we check these tickers, see if we can find something. Matter of fact, that AMD trade, what did that take us? 2 or 3 tickers to look through, and we're able to identify a ticker that's extremely bullish right now to the upside. Cap looking sexy. You know what this? So I was running a live stream last night, believe it or not. At midnight, I ran a live stream in the middle of the night that was private. So people to look at this setup here, and I got a comment that he said your hands are too big. I was told my hands are too big. I got big hands or something. They were like, I don't know. Do I have a big hand? I think I have a big hand. I wear an extra large glove. I'm 6'1". I know people claim they're 6'1", but I'm actually 6'1". without heels or pumps on. Yeah, Mr. Talking Monkey is bringing up perhaps occasional swear sailor rants instead of frequent ones. Yeah, like maybe like time them or something like that. Thanks, Rohan Dookie. Just a little bit more to get out of my underwater calls. Yeah, we should talk about that too. So we have to talk about something on a higher time frame here. If did I like FSR? Thanks, Brittany. I need that. I'm going to need that help. Don't stop swearing. I need a donate button on my Twitch page. I didn't know that. Hold on, let me put a donate button. Let me put a donate thing up real quick. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Hold on here. I try to do a direct donation through PayPal, and the reason for that is because if I do like the Streamlabs one or the Twitch one or the YouTube one, they take like all of it. I get like none of it. So I'll post the link to that. I'll post a couple things for you guys right now. So there's a direct link to donate to the stream. If you want to donate, if this helps you out, if you feel like you're becoming a better trader, not panicking, any of that kind of stuff. Here's an invitation to the Discord if you want to get in there. As a matter of fact, I was in there trading last night with David in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. We were trading. Here's a Discord invite if you haven't been invited. It's free. We also have some leveling tools coming out here shortly, but if you want basic levels every morning, you can follow me on at Captain's Alpha on Twitter. Just follow, and I'll send a request. In the morning, I'll allow you in. Wait till you guys see the website, man. It is so awesome. It is rad. Like when it's ready, you're gonna be stoked. Yeah, bad word. You have to donate 25 cents every time I swear. That would be hilarious. Maybe I can do a swear counter, like a swear counter jar, and maybe I pay. I don't like. I guess I'd be paying you guys, wouldn't I? On Twitch, maybe like somehow do I pay into a donate jar? Maybe I start a donation for a cause, and every time I swear, I have to pay it. Something like that. I gotta figure. That's a good idea. Hold on a second here. Every time Cap swears, I have to donate. It's like a good cause or something. You want to see me stop swearing? It'll be the G-rated Captain Jim James show.
Rise, S&P 500 up 0.09%, Nasdaq up 0.37%, and the Dow up 0.12%.
Starting to see a check on the 27 EMA. We'll try to break above here, see if we can get up there. Still want you to know that you're going to meet resistance as we do break above. You've got this little sell point here and back over here. I also want you to see this right here. Whoop, hold on here. Raise that down just a little bit. I can't bring that over anymore. Just right there so you can see this sell point right here. Coming into hourly trigger right now. So you got a couple You've got the pivot and hourly trigger right here, and then one more extension up here to 451.44. As long as price retests and stays above the 20/70 EMA, we're going to go higher. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, David? Yeah, I was telling these guys about the May 23rd rollover. It's the exact same thing, man. I didn't go to bed, David, until traded until 4 a.m. and then I woke back up at 9:30, 9 o'clock. See if there was if we were gonna do the remember we did last night. We talked about the 11:30 in the morning thing, man. It happened exactly like the 23rd of May. Exact trade, brother. And I added to a call position for this trade right here. I'm about to get out right now. Yeah, David, I haven't slept, man, in like I haven't slept in 4 days or something like that. We have to talk about this too, about a failure above. We need to continue higher. We have to talk about my investment account too. If we have a failure to close a new high on the market, I'm probably going to exit up there somewhere, and then try to rebuy the full market on a correction down to 425. So we have to talk about that in more detail. I'm trying to sell it right now. Do I have Venmo? In the description of my YouTube video, I have a Venmo. I don't think I post that on Twitch, but I think I have a Venmo link inside of my. I think it's CaptainJimJames. I could ask. I think I do have Venmo. Hang tight for a second.
Just seeing comments from Bank of England's Bailey says UK rates will have to remain restrictive. Says it is too early to see a victory on inflation. Says the last mile of inflation fight's going to take time.
Let me check right now. I think inside of the description of the YouTube video. Let me check.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Thought I had a Venmo button. Or you know what? I might have a Venmo button on my Twitter handle. I think I have it. Yeah, I think it's on my Twitter handle. I have a Venmo button. I'll have to check on that again. Hey, thanks, Dan V. Here's my first 8 dirty words. Shoot. Fudge sickles. BitTorrent. I was gonna say something else. Thanks, Dan V. Yeah, I don't get much. The best way to I know I hate PayPal, but it is the most direct way to support the channel. It's the saddest part is like they're pretty much the best way to support the channel for most people. You curse so much no one hears it anymore. It's like telling a dog to sit. You know what the worst part is that worst part. So we don't want to see a break below right here. On the 1 minute, we don't want to see any kind of closing bars below this 1 minute chart. So we're gonna keep an eye on this right now. And just make sure that we don't get any closing bars. And we don't want to see a retest down below of 449.70. I want to see the break above to this target above of 451.44. You know, I learned how to swear. My dad never swore. I learned how to swear from my mom originally, believe it or not. She would swear when my dad wasn't there. So my dad never swore and never swore in front of children or anything. So my mom never swore. But my father, of course, was a professional. We never saw him. He was just always gone working. And so my mom, when my dad wasn't there, would cuss. And so she taught me how to swear. I love her for that, too, to some extent. But when I got into the Army was like, that was it. Like it was so bizarre. Like 3 things I never did. Never smoked cigarettes. I never swore much. My mom taught me how to swear, but I still never swore much. And I never drank. So I got in the Army. I didn't smoke. I didn't learn how to smoke. But now I'm from the city, of course, or the city at that time. But at that age, most of my experience was growing up in a city and then growing up in a very nice country setting for my later years. But then I joined the Army, and I couldn't I couldn't stay awake. The Army's a weird thing. So I was in all men training, and there's training for just guys, or at that time there was just guys, and if you were combat arms, and then they had mixed training for men and women if you were combat support of some kind. So I was with all guys, and we ran around in combat boots. We didn't run around in sneakers, that kind of stuff. We ran everywhere, didn't march anywhere, and it was brutal. And they wouldn't let you sleep. I'll tell you a cool story. So all that shit you see on the documentaries, damn it, I swore. Damn it, I swore again. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. So all those things that, like, you see all those documentaries about basic training, they lie to you. That's a recruitment video. Those are all lies. I don't know what it's like today. Now, even when I was a kid, my father was in the Army, and my father was like, it's not even near as hard as when I was in the Army. He was in Vietnam. He was, matter of fact, a decorated soldier in Vietnam, highly decorated soldier. He was with the 101st Airborne, and he was a badass, legitimately. Then he went and worked for Special Forces for a time. He got blown up too. He got blown up by a grenade. And he has a Bronze Star with an oak leaf cluster for valor. But he was a badass. Now, of course, I never wanted to join the Army, but heritage and all that, like your grandfather, your father, your grandfather, your great grandfather, it just like clicked in. You won't be a man if you don't do what your dad did. True story. Had no wants to go to the Army. Did not want to be in the military. Did not want to serve my country in no way, shape, or form. So why I joined the military and served was because of, like, it's the prodigal son, right? To some extent. And then some weird, deep-seated duty that I felt to my nation. Like, I owe you for my citizenship. I felt like that. Doesn't matter, though. So I joined the Army. And I'm from the city, kind of. I'm a city boy. And talking about what the Army taught me. And they wouldn't let you sleep. And if you're combat arms, you're never sleeping. They actually threaten you. They'll do these health and welfare checks on you, your unit, right? And they'll threaten you. They'll be like, look, I'm going to be in the other room over here. You're going to tell these health and welfare sergeants or officers or whatever, you're going to get interviewed. If you tell them that you're not getting the proper sleep every night, I'm going to smoke your ass over on that hill until you go to a med call. Sick call or something. I forget what we called it. And there's always one, right? They used to say this. There's always one. There's always one dumbass in a group. Doesn't matter if it's 2 soldiers or 100 soldiers, 300 soldiers, right? There's always one dumbass. There's always one. That's a rule, right? Remember that term. There's always one. If you're any of you prior service, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They say there's always one. And so they would take you into these, they'd start interviewing you, and they'd be like, soldier, you getting enough food? And of course you're not. They only give you a small amount of time to eat. And then, soldier, you're getting 3 hours of sleep a night at least, a block of 3 hours. Of course you're not. And I met a guy in basic training who was a Southerner, like redneck Southerner. And It seems like a lot of redneck Southerners in combat arms. I don't know why that is, but there's like a high propensity to have like Southern dudes who want to follow orders, charge a hill, and have bullets rain down on them no matter what. I don't know why that is. I don't know what's up with that with the Southerners, but that's what they want to do. And so these guys, right? Come on now, keep on getting up there. So I meet this guy, and he's like, you can't. He's like, you're tired, man. You can't be falling asleep on fire guard and stuff. He's like, can't be happening. He's like, my girlfriend sends me dip in the mail. I'm like, what do you mean? What's dip? And so, so this guy was like, she sends it to me inside my foot powder. So he's got like a little baggie of tobacco that was in his foot powder that his girl sent him, and he was able to get that through in basic training. So he'd like divvy out a little piece of it for me, and sure enough, and I was like talking to this guy. I'm like, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm like, where I'm from, if you do stuff like that, you're like looked really down upon as really bad. So I learned that in the Army. I learned how to stay awake and not need any sleep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't do tobacco anymore. I do something that doesn't give you any cancer or anything. It's snus, Swedish snus. So I do that now. Because I don't want to die of that shit. No, but I picked that up in the Army. And the other thing I picked up in the Army was heavy drinking. Like the Army is like, whoo. They drink their heart's content in the military. They can't do anything else. You can't do any drugs or anything. So they drink beer like it's going out of style. And I picked up drinking from the Army too. Drinking, dipping, and let's see if there's anything else that was really bad habit. Probably those two things, and the swearing would be the last one. The camaraderie and the swearing is, or at that, I don't know if it is like that anymore, but when I was in, it was every other word was a swear. Yeah, just we like to blow shit up. Exactly. As a matter of fact, like like the question became, do you want to go in as an officer or as a non-com? And you always want to go in as you don't go in as a non-com, but you want to be a non-commissioned officer because you can blow shit up and tell people what to do. You don't get stuck in S2. So if they're like a warrant officer is badass. If you can become a warrant officer, you get some kick-ass command authority. Warrant officer is probably my favorite commissioned officer. If you could be one commissioned officer, try to be a warrant officer. Now, I guess if you're flying planes or something like that, flying choppers, flying helicopters, flying slicks, anything like that, yeah, you could be an officer. But most officers get stuck behind a desk at some point. And I was like, I don't want to be stuck behind a desk. I've heard that about the Coast Guard. I have an uncle that was in the Coast Guard. I heard that drug use was rampant. He's told me that too. That drug use was rampant in the Coast Guard. I have heard that. Dude, I've seen crazy stuff in the Army too. So like, the Army is a weird place. Like, they'll give you every chance in the world to pass. Every chance in the world. I get all kinds of bizarre Army stories. When I joined the Army, I got I didn't miss a single question in the ASVAB.
105 counterparties take $1.777 trillion at the Fed Reverse Repo Operation.
Yeah, we're gonna go over Apple earnings today at some point there in a few moments. It's in the Army, right? I blew out the ASVAB, and I was in basic training, and I got pulled out of line one day. And they were like, these 5 soldiers here, come to the front, step forward or whatever. And I was like, oh, shit, I'm in trouble. And they were like, no, you're going to come with us and take a test. And they had pulled a bunch of people from different battalions, training battalions, and put us all in a room. I think there was maybe 100 of us total, maybe 60 or 70, a little bit less. Sat in this big auditorium, and they gave us what's called a defense language aptitude battery test, I believe. It's called D-Lab or something like that. I passed that test. They gave me a second test. I think that one's called G something, or I forget what that one was called. I passed the second test, and I got told I was going to go to Monterey for a language school. And they wasn't told. They were like, "Do you want to go to Monterey for language school? We'll change your MOS. We'll send you there." And of course, your drill sergeants are like, "You're not going to pass this opportunity up, right, private?" I don't think they called us privates then. I think they're calling us recruits or something. I forget. But I was like, "Of course not." So then I went and interviewed for my security clearance, and I failed my security clearance on a speeding ticket. One ticket, I failed it. But I think maybe longer, maybe a year after my being in the Army, I got that security clearance. Like 6 months later, you're eligible for it. So I did scratch my head over that one. And matter of fact, I got a top security clearance at some point because of what I was doing. But yeah, like eventually they're going to give it to you anyways at some point. So that was a head scratcher to me. My point behind that is that the military will give you every chance to pass. And I remember every deployment, like you'd be told, you're deploying and you're getting a drug test, mandatory. And then they would schedule you to have your drug test. You literally had time, and soldiers would still fail their drug test. Like we had a soldier, we had a soldier that was under me. That came to take his drug test. They had signs up all morning. They tell you. And this guy had done drugs. And we're like, leave right now and go at least try to flush your system with one of those things they sell in a head shop. And he didn't. He took the test and failed. They busted his ass right out of the Army. Gone. So like even if they do drug test you, you pretty much know when they're going to drug test you. Yeah, Monterey is. I wish I had gone. And I'm gonna be honest, I never went. And I kick myself every day, dude. So that interview for that job, right? They took me in an office. I've seen different interviews for security clearances. The security clearance interview for Monterey. I don't know what your experience. If you've been there, if you're watching the show and you went to Monterey, I don't know what your experience was, but mine was nightmare. They had me inside of a closed room and being interrogated by like a 30-year master sergeant, like just bling everywhere, and they drilled me for an hour, at least an hour, like drilled me, like millions of not millions, but like repetitive questions, bunch of different ways, begging me to just be like, you're telling me you never smoked marijuana once in your teenage years. Never been around a friend in a room when they were smoking marijuana. I mean, you mean like they ask you all kinds of crazy shit, and you're like a kid. I'm like, I don't know if I was 17 or 18 at the time. I'm like sweating bullets coming down my face. I'm like, I'm going to admit to doing something wrong that I did actually do wrong here. Like, I'm going to start saying I committed crimes that I didn't actually commit because I was under so much pressure from that interview process. They like threw me under the bus in this interview. They were like grilling me in this interview. And I was like the fat kid from Goonies. I was like that kid with the curly hair. And I was like the pizza smeared on me, and I was like, and then when I was eating I was eating ice cream. And he's like, and then when I was 7 years old, I told on my sister. And I didn't tell her that I told on her. Chunk. I was like, Chunk. True story. I was like Chunk. I was totally like Chunk. Dude, come on now, pay this shit. Print it. Get up there. Get up over the hourly trigger. You have to. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. You have to get above the hourly trigger. I'm not asking you to get up there. I'm telling you, you have to go above the hourly trigger. You don't have a choice. So we're going to do Apple in just a moment here. All right, let's do. We're gonna talk. Think tight here. Now I do want to keep you up to date here. And one other thing, if we lose the stream at any point, I may have to adjust my data. Like I have settings on my Streamlabs that are like not for what I'm trying to do here for you guys with all this stuff running in the background. My computing can handle it. It's just not set up for that on Streamlabs. Like two different things, right? What can my computer and my internet handle, and what is Streamlabs set up to handle? So at any point, if I lose you in this broadcast, I will attempt to come back on and then reset or work on these things in the background so that this doesn't happen in the future. I want to be able to do all of this at the same time with you every day. So we're going to look at some earnings here. We've got some big ones after the bell. That's 1:23 in the afternoon. We've got Amazon to look at, Apple to look at. If we have time, we'll do Coinbase, Block, Airbnb. I don't know that we'll get through all of them. We're going to at least try to do 2 or 3 or 4 of these earnings for you for the end of the day, so you can get some expectations what I think might happen. I don't mind giving you guys. I was talking to a guy last night because we're going to start doing written briefs on Twitter, and there are people out there that the briefs you guys get are from people who blow my mind. So if you're a bull, we need to get above that green line right there. There is no choice. You got to get above it. I don't want to hear any excuses. And my calls need you to get above it too. But we need to get above there, okay? So if your thesis is bullish, we need to get above here. We actually need to get above there and squeeze the fuck out of this market. But I'll take, like you did well, Pig. If you ever watched that movie with the pig. We just need to get above. That's it. As a matter of fact, here's a word of warning. Not warning, but it is more bullish if we squeeze above and actually hold right here. If we begin to squeeze immediately higher, it's less bullish overall down the road. You want to see a nice clean break above, wait for the 1 and 5 minute to come up above, and then take it to return to the scene of the crime. Some of you will disagree with me on that, but historically, that's the best way to do it. If we just start monster squeezing to the upside, it's usually we come back and blast right back through that hourly trigger, and it's usually not bullish. So you like to see that nice clean break above. You like to see momentum come from up underneath and then carry us up into the return of the scene of the crime trade. Oftentimes, if we just start squeezing higher and higher and higher, that will violently come back down and usually break back down through the hourly trigger. So we're looking for that nice clean break above and consolidation above the hourly trigger right now. And in the background, I'm going to work on this stuff for you. And we're going to move over here just as we tag this right now. I'm going to exit some calls as we get up here. And I'm going to then switch over to charting out for you what the expectations are on at least do Amazon and Apple, but I'm going to try to do all 5 that I mentioned to you a few minutes ago. I'm going to try to do Airbnb, Coinbase, and I believe Block on top of Apple and Amazon. No. So let me explain this to you in a better way. So let me explain this to you in a better way, fashion here, okay? So I'm going to put this on a 5-minute really quick. So what you really want to see is, see if I can draw this out for you on this chart right here. So what you're really looking for here is you're looking for price to break above right here and then do some consolidating, move higher, consolidating, move higher, consolidating, right? And you're looking for the this white and green or white and red to carry you up as you go. Nice, slow, and orderly. And what will happen here is that the hourly trigger will follow you all the way up. This box right here will follow you all the way up and lend support so that when you come up here to this previous high, right, if it rejects, so you come up here, right, whoop, it rejects, it'll actually hold, and then we'll start making new highs. Not oftentimes, but if we start to get explosive moves to the upside like this, we'll actually crash back down through the hourly, begin to make our way back down to retest that daily trigger. So, yeah, in the short term, I bet if you're like a crack smoking bull, you're going to be like, I don't care. I just wanted to squeeze to all-time highs or squeeze to close the gap. I don't care if it comes back down. But truthfully, if you want this to hold, you want to see the break above, and you want to see it come back down and hold that hourly trigger, and the trigger to provide the support for you in the 1 and 5 as we move higher and higher and higher. It gives leading information whether this is just short covering or if this is actual demand in the market coming up with price. Does that make sense? So are we just short covering right now, or is there demand actually moving up with price? Okay. So we want to see what that is. Is this just short covering? Is this actual demand moving up with price? And what is more bullish, right? Short covering is not bullish, is it? It's just a relief rally until they begin to sell this shit back down in the depths of hell. So we are looking for what happens here. What does happen? All right, Joe Donovan, we're going to talk about Apple right now. All right, Joe, I'm going to talk about 2 things, Joe. I'm going to talk to you about 2 things. I'm going to chart out the reports for today. Then we're going to discuss consolidating our portfolio here and what I'm looking for to consolidate my portfolio. I'll just start with that one to begin with. Let's move over to to a different scene here. So SPX. Nope, that's SP. So we're going to have a little fireside chat for any of you panicking out there. I want you to know something. I was panicking this morning. I was like full panic mode. So I'm gonna warn you of something here, okay? If this was the top or is the top, let's just pretend this is. Let's pretend we're not going to do this whole thing right here. And you're scared. My point here is, this is SPX. My point here is, I'm not going to have fun with this ride up here, am I? So me trying to manage that move to the upside is bothering me. It's stressing me out. Now, if you believe this was the top 4607, that's it. We're done going up, which I think you're out of your fucking mind. If you think that's the case. Do I think this is the top? No. But as I've always stated to you, if this is the top, you are always going to get a chance to unfuck yourself before that roll that goes down in the depths of hell. Now, if we begin to, let's say we fail right here and we go down to the depths of hell, oh shit, I'm going to have to manage my panic because we're still likely going to come back up here again and trade this. We're either going to trade it right now or we're going to trade it later. So you have to be an adult while managing in positions. So I'm looking to get back up here now or later to take or to consolidate a bunch of my positioning, and then looking for dips on buying, like actually buying I want to buy the underlying SPY while trading options on the way up to all-time highs. There's no thesis broken right now in the market. There's zero thesis broken on the stock market right now. Not a single thesis is broken. As a matter of fact, heading back to the beginning of the bull run here, we have held this white line all the way up, and there's no reason to think we won't hold it again all the way up. So maybe you're drinking the Kool-Aid out there. Maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid out there. But I'm looking in more of it more in terms of consolidating my management as we get up there. I don't want to be looking at fucking 30 tickers. I'm like tired of looking at them right now. I'm like been looking at them all summer long. I've been long this market since March and May, I believe, here and here. Oh yeah, right in here, and right in here. I was long, so I'm tired. I don't want to like see this failure roll back down here, give all this back, then come back up here, and have to waste like a month doing that or anything kind of nonsense like that. So I don't want to sit on it for the next 3 months, 2 months, any of that kind of shit. I want to consolidate as we head up there. So that's SPX. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to switch over to tight here. Give me 1 second here. Main screen here. SP. I don't know why we're always on SP. Starting to roll over to test down below the 449.95. So we're looking for a dip buy here. If at any point this dip is not bought on SPOOs, if this dip is not bought down here at 449.97, the run to the upside will be over. So you're going to be looking for that nice dip buy down below right here. You might catch one more bleed out down here. So I'm going to leave this down here for you. Right down there. Make sure none of you guys are panicking up here. VIX trading 1576 right now. Oxy with a nice recovery today. Oh, nope, wrong one. Just 1 second here. IWM coming back down to check its 27 EMA on a 5-minute chart. NASDAQ coming back down to check its 27 EMA on a 5-minute chart. I'm trying to add to a position here. I left some runners on, and I want a big. I'm looking for actually a squeeze higher here. Hang tight. I guess I got to put this somewhere else, don't I? Hold on a second. I got to figure something out here. Uh-oh, what just happened? Something just happened. That was interesting. Just had I just added to a position here too. Hang tight 1 second here. I think I'm gonna have to put an air conditioner directly on my. I'm gonna have to put an air conditioner directly on my computer. You can see right now that a lot of these companies are flat at the moment, right where we are on the hourly trigger. You can see it down below on the heat map. In 1 second here, I'm gonna look at some stuff for you. Uh-oh, am I actually on the stream right now or no? I installed AC in my house. I bought another house, which is where I'm in right now, and I actually ran all new ventilation through the entire house, and I have air conditioning for the house, so I got a unit outside for it, and it's not enough for this office that I built. So I need I have a window in here. I could possibly put a small window unit in or something like that. And then I was thinking about piping it, like piping it with a flexible tube and just blasting cold air on it, like plug it directly into the fans on the computer. That sounds a little absurd, but I'm really considering it. I shit you not. Yeah, I like mini splits. I'm not anti mini splits. So let me go through this real quick in the back. That's some more work I got to do in the background. I definitely had a little moment there where I was taxing the. I was either taxing the. I might have to work on this. I got an AMD processor. That computer's not showing right now, but I got a computer with a. I don't know, some kind of bunch of cool shit on it, but I don't think I have it set to like max warp speed. So maybe I have to work on the computer too. Or they're really like. Look at this right here. They really don't know what they want to do they? Coin block. Man, they're like I don't think I've ever seen I don't think I've ever seen a more come on SQ baby. Here you go. There's SQ. I don't think I've ever seen a more walk the planky type ER day than this one right here. It's kind of fascinating. It's kind of fascinating to look at right now. Now, give me 1 second here. I don't think I've seen a more walk the plank ER here. I think maybe the last one I saw was April of 2022. I think that was the last time that I saw like yeah, they're gonna torch these companies. So yeah, this is good. I think we're ready to go. I like this setup. So be careful here on SPOOs. We're gonna switch over to a different screener here, and this is Apple here. So I'm gonna give you the take here on Apple for their close. Okay. Now, I'm going to preface this with, I'm going to start here with Apple that we know for sure. Hold on 1 second here. We know for sure that bulls love pullbacks, and they have not had a pullback on Apple going all the way back here until the beautiful cross in March. Okay, you can actually see it here in March 2nd, confirmation on March 23rd. Oh, hold on here. Have not seen that significant pullback. Now, why do these bulls want a pullback on Apple? Is not because they're necessarily negative on Apple. It's because they want to buy it cheaper. They want to buy it at $175. They don't want to own it at $192. They want to take their money and run. So you're going to have bulls out there that are rooting for a take the money and run type situation on Apple. So right now you can see that Apple is testing its daily trigger right here. Now it's hourly trigger and half-hour trigger is turning sideways. It's not going straight down any longer, and there is some bottoming here on this stuff. One thing that is concerning to me, of course, is daily velo going to the downside. Some kind of swooping motion on their earnings. So what does Apple need to do to keep the price where it is? It's not good enough for Apple to meet their expectations. It's not good enough for Apple to beat slightly. Apple needs to, there's two things here. So if they beat their earnings slightly, you're likely going to see a moment where people that own the underlying after the close today are so you could see that squeeze higher in Apple on a good report. But then if their guidance is not, something crazy, you could see Apple easily begin to sell off to a new low down here. So there's some cause for concern here into this close today. If you were long Apple from back here in March or December or what have you, it's time to take the money and run, even if you get a good ER, right? So you only have a 3%, an implied move of 3% today on Apple, up and down, right where we are right now. So that's cause for concern, right? Got an implied move of 3%, and 3% is right where we sold up here, right where supply is. So if you get a good ER from Apple, after the bell, they're likely going to try to sell into you. Do you understand? So in Apple specifically, if you get a good report, if you get good guidance, there are sellers waiting above here after this bell to sell into you. Shocker, right? 3% expected move on Apple, and you're gonna run right into supply here. So you need to know that about Apple, that they're gonna try to sell down into you up here, and that is what's priced into the move for today. You also have a move to the downside on Apple of 3%. And that kind of puts you with that swooping motion down below here. So if you're looking to if you've exited Apple already, if you're long Apple, you are looking to, believe it or not, buy 185.70. So if you're looking to get back into the market and you're like, hey, we're going to continue higher, but if we're going to continue higher, we have a great reason here. We have a great reason here on Apple to, so we had this nice big sell-off, right? Had this nice bloodletting. And who wins here? Let's talk about who wins here in Apple. If Apple has a good ER, I can exit, right? Bye-bye. If Apple has a bad ER, right? I already took the money and ran. I can come back down here and get a sweet dip buy to long Apple into end of year. Not a bad deal for people, right? To buy Apple at 185. There's probably some of you out there that are like, nah, Cap. 185 is not low enough. So if Apple misses their ER, their price target to the downside, notwithstanding, this will take some time. This could take a couple weeks, but their downside target, 174.78. You get that 174.78, you will see 425 on the S&P 500. What's my take on what I'm expecting out of Apple today? It's fucking Apple. I'm going to swear for you right now. It's Apple. It's Apple. I think after their bell, this shit's going to scream higher. It's definitely going to trade 196 after this bell. I expect Apple to have a great report. And I expect Apple to go up after this close here today. And I expect large holders of Apple to attempt to exit around 4:15 in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I think that's what they're going to try to do to you. So I think Apple does go up. I'm bullish here on Apple and their close here today. How long that holds for, I don't know. I don't think it holds for much longer unless you get a some kind of big news. I mean big, like we're launching this right now. They're not known for that. We're splitting our stock would work for me too. If they announced the stock split, something like that, that would be a big deal. But otherwise, think about Apple right here. They're kind of priced in. If we're gonna price in AI for them, like they had the announcement for AI, these fucking banks want to get in at a lower price. So ultimately, price target on Apple 185 and some change. Yeah, they win either way. If you get caught in this, if you're long Apple here and you get caught in this, the only thing that I would say to you would be just hang up, just stay long not Tesla, stay long Apple until it comes back up there. I don't think Apple's done. I don't think they announced this AI stuff in an earnings call. I think they do it in an event. But I think ultimately over time, Apple is one of those companies that is not done growing. I don't think that they're done growing as a company, and whatever that is, cars, AI, I don't care. They're a powerhouse. They are a needful thing that people have in their lives. So I don't know what to say to you on that topic. I know there are bulls out there that want to buy 182. They want to buy 175. They're just begging for it to get in a lower price for that move with AI. So there's Apple right there. There's your expected. You have your expected moves on Apple, and then my prediction for Apple. My prediction for Apple is that it does go up after the bell. That it does go up there and try to trade that upside target. But I think there's going to be some profit taking either sometime tonight or into Friday and into next week on Apple's earnings. Next one we're going to do is Amazon. And you can see the same kind of a walk the plank type thing. What is fascinating about Amazon here is they're just beginning to become bullish. They've been clawing their way back. Now, I do have more concern here on Amazon than I do on Apple, believe it or not. So Amazon, I have more concern. I don't like seeing us come back down to the zero line on the daily trigger on Amazon. I do have some concern that someone's going to want to buy this down below at 117. They are losing a lot of their momentum right now on Amazon. So for me, I would really like to buy Amazon down below at 118. 118, I'd like to buy Amazon if possible. You've got another price target down below here on Amazon of 123 and some change. I'm going to give you an upside target right now. Dude, it would be baller to see oh no, hold on. It would be baller to see Apple just break through in this earnings and smash 200. But it never happens with them. They're not that company for me. You know, it's like for them to be that company, for Apple to be that company for me. For Apple, whenever Apple for me has made me like money the second day, it's always like a stock split. And Amazon has a 5.8% move, much larger swing priced in for it. So we're going to take a look at where Amazon is sitting, 5.8%. That's right there. A little bit lower. So we'll move this down right here. And then to the upside. Same setup as Apple, right? See that? Same setup as Apple. Let's see, exact same setup as Apple. No difference here. All these sellers up here are looking to take profit on Amazon, looking to take profit. Even if you get a great ER, they're going to look to take profit up here today at the close after the bell. So I'm going to expect any good report on Amazon and Apple. They're going to sell into you on that report. Same thing is going to go for Apple as Amazon. So if you're looking for stink bids down below on Amazon, the implied move down below is 123.24. I would be looking for lower. I'd be looking for 118, possibly even 115 on Amazon for a pullback. We'll look at coin next. And I'll put these up for after the bell so we can watch them. I'll put them on Weeble for you, and we'll watch these reports as they come in. Coin. Coin. Right here, support here. Boy, man, that's all really light too, isn't it? It all looks like squeezing here. Coinbase, 8.3% implied move. Oof. So right there. I don't know, man. If you're a Coinbase bull, you better hope and pray that you get a good ER here. Hope and pray. They have priced in an 8.3% move on Coinbase. I'll tell you this. I like this ticker the most so far because I don't believe you're getting an 8.3% move. I think you're going to get an outsized move. I think you break. I think if you get a bad ER on Coinbase, I think it's easy to trade 77.84 or 75, excuse me. I think it's easy for you to trade 75, and I also think it's easy for you to trade $70. Bad ER on Coinbase, outsized move expected, $70. Trade 91.60. They better have a really nice ER, because if they do, they could trade $110. I like this trade. I'm interested in like a 3, maybe a 2 or 3 expiry out. Way OTM calls and puts, and then lets one side burn, or just hold both sides until they both print. I actually like this trade, like a 76p and a 110c. And I bet you one side would pay for the other side. So take a look at that trade. I think you're going to get an outsized move on Coinbase. Next one we'll look at is SQ. SQ broke below today. It's daily trigger. I'd really like to see SQ, even if they get a good earnings. I'd like to see SQ trade down to 69, some panic, and then trade higher here. Something like this. I actually think SQ has underperformed. I like SQ like a panic trade, and then I like SQ for a swing trade, almost right away. So I like SQ. I'm gonna bet that they just meet earnings. That's what I'm thinking about SQ, is they just hit earnings. They'll have a sell-off, and then there'll be a great dip buy down here. Talk about a plank to walk, though. I'll tell you what, man. If you're a bear out there and you want a definitive answer, they have a 0.6 or 6.5%. I'll tell you what. If you're a bear and you want a definitive answer, what's 6.5%? Right here, shocker. 6.5 right there. We'll raise that up a little bit. And then 6.5 down. Oof. Nasty. I think you get this right here. I'm fascinated here by the news on the downgrade. I was talking to a buddy in Discord late last night, and I was like, what? He's like, why are you awake? I'm like, I'm awake because I want to see if this downgrade is real or not. And I wanted to see if we started blasting down below the daily level. If that shit was real, we would have blasted down below that daily level like nobody's business. So we're gonna look today at SQ, Coinbase, Apple, and Amazon for the close. We're gonna go back over here, and let me see if I can get a nice bear cross coming up right now on. Let me go to the main screen. We have a nice bear cross coming up right here. A really nice bear cross right here in the 1 minute. Be looking for a failure right up in here and red. You're gonna see. Watch this. You want to see a red candle right here. If you catch this red candle, it should be a bloodbath right there. And then tag this and tag that down there to the daily trigger. We'll keep our eyes on this one right here. See if this confirms right here. So this turned into a red right here. We'll see if the bears can hold on to it. Yellow right there. But it's fascinating. I'm watching Apple and Amazon, and I'm like, talk about walking the plank. Like, if you've got the downgrade, and then if you were to combine that with bad earnings from Apple and Amazon, that would signal to me the attempt at a correction in the market. That's what I would expect. So I'm fascinated to see. What this close is today. If they actually get this correction in the market, that would be enough for me. Would be bad earnings on Apple and Amazon. Your long coin shares. Let me look at coin really quick one more time. From 89, your long coin shares. I just put a stop limit to the down and upside on it. I wouldn't tell people what you're gonna do, but I would have a stop. I'm gonna assume here that they're gonna try to trigger $80, so I'd be under $80 on that. If they do try to trigger it, it's gonna be right below $80. If they start stop hunting on Coinbase. I like the outside move on Coinbase, the up and down move. I'm not really bearish here on Coinbase. I just like the idea that Coinbase could trade outside of its implied move. Like I think Coinbase can easily trade $72. I do. And I think they can easily trade that 110 no problem. And they're not priced in for that move. So I think Coinbase has like the ability to be that outperformer in either direction. I didn't do Airbnb, did I? Let's go back and do Airbnb. My bad. I forgot about Airbnb. I said I would do that one, so we'll do that. We'll put 5 charts up. I'll do 6 for the close. I'll do all 5 tickers and SPY. Let me do Airbnb, Abnib. We're gonna do Abnib next. Same kind of a setup. Now this one I'm bullish on. I'm actually bullish here. Hold on a second. Let me switch over. I am bullish on Airbnb. I'm bullish. I'm actually bullish here. In my view, they're either going to get a really good ER or they're going to get quickly bought up. So, of all these charts right here, if you want to know which one I'm most bullish on, probably Airbnb. Probably Airbnb. I hate this because every day I do these with you, and I do pretty well. I'm like 90% winner on these picks every day, like 90%. Even Starbucks came back. I was like, that's bullshit. And Starbucks did come back. PayPal, I'm like, cut that shit. Right then and there, cut that shit. But like my picks have been pretty good. So Airbnb is probably my pick. If I had one that had the best potential for a bull move to the upside. I am bullish here on Airbnb, believe it or not. I am. I see the risk to the downside here. I think it would be quickly bought up too. I don't think this one gets down to its weekly trigger. Nope. I don't think it gets down to its weekly trigger. Fuck no. I think it gets bought too. It's bled off a ton, so it's at $140, right? I think you'll be lucky to get. I think you'd be lucky. There's a 6.9% move. I'd be selling puts on this. I would. I'd be selling puts on this one. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'd be selling puts on this one. They have an implied move of 6.9% to the downside. And I would say, if Airbnb sells off, I would be if they have a decent DR today, and they were to sell off, this is like a Starbucks candidate. You just go to the open, buy it, and it's probably going to rip faces off, not print any of those puts. So I am actually pretty fucking bullish on Airbnb. So if you get a decent ER on Airbnb, but it doesn't meet expectations, like you beat everything, but you like nice beat, barely doesn't beat high expectations, and by open it'll start ripping faces off. So keep an eye on this one because if it has a great ER, it's going to go up. If it has like an okay ER where it's profitable, but it's not meeting like 0.03% or something. And if it does sell off into this close, I'd be interested in a squeeze trade on it on the opening bell tomorrow. So Airbnb, if you're long Airbnb, I think it bounces right back. Personally, I don't think they let those puts print. I shouldn't say this stuff because when I'm wrong, you guys are like, worst call ever, Cap, and I'm like, you guys want me to make a call, right? Like, you guys want me to make a call. 6.9% move to the upside on Airbnb. Someone's in the wrong here. Someone's in the wrong here. There's probably the option buyers, not the option sellers on Airbnb. I think call sellers might get trapped. I wouldn't want to be a call seller here. I'd prefer to be a put seller. Even if we go down, I'd prefer to be a put seller here and definitely not a call seller. I think the call sellers could get taken for a ride. So Airbnb, generally I like it the best. I generally like Airbnb, probably of all these tickers, like soundness. Let me know in the chat what you think of Airbnb. Because I bet some of you disagree with that. Airbnb is wild. I'm shocked. Like so just so you know, I use the Airbnb, and it blows my mind. It straight up blows my mind. It's like It straight blows my mind. What they're asking, so I went to go. So I was trying to book a Christmas vacation for this year. This week I was trying to book my Christmas vacation, and I was gonna stay at the resort. I was like, it'd be nice. We'll do a ski in, ski out, and I was like, we'll do this kind of. I don't know. I know some of you guys aren't don't celebrate Christmas, but we do. We're secular. So we like celebrate Halloween because the kids like dressing up in costumes. We celebrate Easter because they like the Easter bunny. We celebrate Christmas because they like toys. We do like to teach them how to teach them some Christian or Judeo-Christian values, that kind of stuff. But Christmas this year is on like a Monday or something, and then like rolls right into like New Year's on like Friday or something. So they're really wonky to make a Christmas vacation plans. You really need like Friday before Christmas and then all the way into the following week. It's like a 9-day vacation or something. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I was like, what if I go from Monday through Friday during the Christmas, New Year's holiday, and you're like arriving on Christmas and leaving just as everyone's traveling for New Year's? So I'm like, this is kind of wonky. And then, of course, I'm looking at flying and staying at the resort and tickets and all this other nonsense. And you're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't for Christmas vacation. We normally spend it with family, but this year specifically, I was like, you know what, I'd really like to do just a family Christmas vacation where we go skiing as a family unit, and we're just together, the four of us. After COVID, our family's been getting together for all these holidays, and I'm like, I'd really like to have that family vacation, and just go do some skiing. And and so I was looking at the prices for just these like shitty hotel rooms, and I'm like $800 a night. Then I'm looking at these other ones, and they were like $4,000 to $6,000 a night. I'm like, that's out of control. But then I went to Airbnb, and I found some good, some like one was a log cabin, another one was like a lodge, right? Like a house that looks like a lodge or whatever. They're reasonable. They're like anywhere from $300 a night to $500 to $600 a night. There weren't many, but there were still a few available. Maybe because I'm looking early right now. But then like 70%, no, more than that. It says 70. It had to be like 90% of the rest of the Airbnbs available in that time frame that I was looking at. They were insane. What they were asking for me to stay in those Airbnbs. Basically the same price as a pretty nice place like Stein Eriksen or something, or in Vail, something like that. So I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I've got Airbnbs. I'm on the lower end of charging. I'm pretty reasonable with people.
Funds see $1.01 billion of inflow, and investment grade funds seeing $1.77 billion.
You have 4 Airbnbs. I've got 2, and I'm happy with it. I don't charge the outrageous fees. I don't charge like the outrageous cleaning fees. I don't charge anything outrageous. None of that stuff. I do say things like, you have to fucking put your dirty dishes in the dishwasher. I say that. It's part of the blurb. Well, I've had one complaint about that too, and I'm be honest with you. Like, if you're gonna come into my house and you come to my house and stay in it, and it's in a certain condition, there should be some semblance of like, throw your dirty linens in the corner. You don't have to do the laundry or anything. Rinse out that glass and toss it inside the dishwasher. Don't leave like you wouldn't do that at your house, would you? You wouldn't leave like a bunch of dirty dishes strewn about the counter or piling up in a sink. Maybe people do that. But I do ask for that minimum. Well, there's some scams out there. So I stay in Airbnbs a lot. Some of the nicest looking places that I've paid a lot of money for. Some of the nicest looking places that I paid a lot of money for. Have great pictures, and then I show up and they've got some kind of like shitty foam bed. They've got a couch that looks great on a picture or a chair, and then I go to sit in it. It's uncomfortable. They also tend to be smaller. Like kitchen sets are smaller. Like everything's like smaller than it actually is. There's like a now not every Airbnb. I've got a friend who has nice Airbnbs. She spends top dollar. She's got banging Airbnbs. They look great. They're very expensive. She does a huge investment in those properties. But she's like the one diamond in the rough. A lot of the places I stay at, are not up to par, not to my standard, and not for what they're asking. These are places that I spend significant amount of money on, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 staying in, and so it's fascinating. Is these are the expensive places. These aren't the cheaper places. Not cheaper, but there's like a sweet spot. Yeah, I like Airbnb. I'm a fan of it. I think there's a lot of money to be made there. I'm a proponent of Airbnb. So Detroit doesn't have a lot of hotels, so you got engineers that come to town. They need a place to stay. Come on, baby, print my calls to the upside. Come on, baby, don't believe these bears. I think this is a bear trap all day long. I'm not believing these bears. Yeah, I'm an Airbnb guy, through and through, 100%. And they're best as a landlord too. They're the best landlord situation you could have. Oh, for residential, they're the best residential situation a landlord could have. It's on my radar. XLE is on my radar. I haven't entered it though. I need to clean up my account right now. I've got puts that are dying. I've got exposure all over the market. So I'm going to clean up my investments the next coming weeks, this week, next week, and then I'm going to look to reposition with some oil. So let's talk about that. So what do I think about Airbnb taking properties from locals here? So where I live, we are actively trying to raise housing here, like get rid of housing here. So number one, we're trying to get rid of housing. We're trying to remove it from the market to create demand for our housing, raise the values of our homes. I also live in a place where we are becoming we're coming from the depths of hell. Detroit was I'm not from Detroit, but Detroit at one time was a war zone. It was a post-apocalyptic war zone. Anyone that was able to escape the criminal justice system here and get an education fled. Don't care what color your skin is, they fled Detroit. The only people that were left behind in Detroit were from abject poverty, uneducated, or got swept up in the criminal justice system, experienced a lot of destruction from crime and stuff like that. So in Detroit, you're talking about a failed city, right? Basically a failed county, a failed city. So you don't want that. You can't leave those people in that same environment. Do you get what I'm saying? There has to be services for those people to pull them out. And there needs to be reform with the police, of course, right? Criminal justice system. You need to improve the educational system, and you need to bring them jobs so that they can afford to live there. So where I live, I don't know about where you live, but where I live, we don't have any hotels for business people to invest in this city. We have nothing. We've got a couple hotel. We have some nice hotels downtown, but that's about it. There are no hotels here. So I own I own two of these in neighborhoods that are great neighborhoods, but they're not downtown. And when people come back to this city to visit family that are poor, they have no option except for a Roach Motel. So they rent these Airbnbs to see their family in this city. So I feel like, number one, I provide a service for people that want to come back and visit family members that have not left the city in a safe environment, clean environment. So I think I'm providing a pretty good service for people. I don't own 1,000 Airbnbs. I take care of these myself. I do have a property manager that takes care of them as well. And I hire, believe it or not, a couple to clean these things. So I provide employment for locals, a very good paying employment to take care of the Airbnbs for me as well. And these Airbnbs look great on this street. These were homes that were abandoned that I bought. They were abandoned. And I'm just going to tell you something. The fact that I live nearby, I know everybody on that street. And they like that that I've invested in this community, that I live here in Detroit. So I've got no problems with it. And for us to continue to have improved education, improved education and bring business back to the city, you need people to come to this city willing to invest in it. If you want to see a tax base pay for that schooling, that's me. If you want to see a reform in the police departments, you need me voting for that, right? So I'm kind of like the guy that you want in the city of Detroit. I'm not one of the guys you don't want in the city of Detroit. You know what I'm saying? And I know other places that is the case. I know our Airbnb can be a scrouge in other places. I have actual issues with foreign countries buying properties in well-to-do places, right? I have a problem with that. I also have a problem with Airbnbs in places where there is limited housing. But also with that, let's say you remove the foreign buyers and you remove Airbnb from those places. And most of those places have restrictions on Airbnbs. Like Park City, Utah, there's a restriction on Airbnbs. So to say that's not being addressed is kind of not true either. In most places, like you can't have an Airbnb. Did you know that? Like Park City. It's all like anyone doing it is like secret squirrel. Oh yeah, baby, keep squeezing up there. Keep squeezing up there for daddy. So I think that the issues are being addressed. Not everywhere, like Vancouver, not being addressed, right? British Columbia in general, Seattle, Portland, it's a problem, right? I agree with that too. But also people that are asking to live in some of those places, it's odd because oftentimes the person that's asking, well, there's no affordable housing in New York City, right? There's no affordable housing in Los Angeles, in Santa Monica. There's no affordable housing in my favorite city. I got to be honest with you. If you didn't do what you needed to do in school to make enough money, if you peaked in high school, if you didn't go and get a tech degree in something like welding, you didn't get a tech degree in I don't know, something like that, or let's say you got a degree and you can't find a job that pays well enough. I got to be honest with you. Old people don't tell young people this. You can't always live where you want to live. Sometimes you do have to move to a place that's looking for someone young that doesn't make a ton of money, or someone young that wants to go to tech school for free, or college for free, or university for free, and couldn't afford it in this state that's very expensive. So yeah, you might not get to live in Santa Monica, California, but there are many places across this country that are looking for young people to invest in their community. And guess what? They might not have all the amenities you want, but guess what you have? Your ground floor. You can move there. They'll likely send you to school. They'll likely get you a great paying job, and you can buy yourself a cheap house. You can come here to Detroit anytime you want. And instead of pointing at like LA and saying, LA sucks, come meet me. I'll show you a great neighborhood here. You can come here. They will accept you here. They love people that come to Detroit and say, I don't want to bring the solutions. I'm sure you guys already have them. How do I help? And they'll point you in the right direction. They'll say, here, this is where you can go to get your welding degree. It's free. This is where you can go get a job. Here's a house. You can buy this. They'll even come help you renovate your house so you can live in it. Then you can have your kids, right? Then you can go out there and you can get involved in the school board, right? You can help support your local teachers, start voting. And I guarantee you, after 20, 30 years of doing that, you're going to make a difference. You're going to feel like you made a difference. And when you're old and you've turned a community into something livable and you've paid your taxes for the infrastructure and someone else comes in and wants to buy a house on your street, you're going to say, I spent 40 years building this up. I broke my ass doing this. Now I want some money for what I did. You got it. You got it. I'm serious. Like, I'm the sad part of this too, right? Sad part too is I agree with young people. I'm on their side. I'm like, they are correct. They're getting fucked. Like, young people are getting fucking bent over more than any other time in our history, like, or not history, but at least financially. They're getting fucked over right now. They're getting straight fucked. It's probably not going to get better for them. But like old people telling a young person, pull up your bootstraps or tough luck, kid, is not the answer that old people should be giving. Old people need to tell young people, we know that you're getting fucked over. You can be upset. You can complain. You can vote to make change for that stuff. But honestly, this is the real truth here. You can watch time pass by while you're just complaining, while you're not voting, while you're not getting involved and trying to find some reform wherever you live. And time will slip by and you will grind yourself down over 20, 30 years. You will be robbing Peter to pay Paul. You will never get to where it is where you want to be, where you have affordable housing, you have a great community, and you'll wake up one day and have missed all of it. So I think the second part of that conversation from an old person is the say to a young person, you can complain, you can have, and I agree with you in all this, but you do have other options. You do, and if you're that person that wants that shit, there are places for you to go. They have them all across the Midwest. They have. I look at places. I was looking in Mississippi the other day. I was looking at the Panhandle of Florida. I was looking in Kansas, Nebraska. Nebraska's nice. I was looking in Minneapolis. I was looking in Dayton, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Dayton, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Where else did I look? I forget. Some other place. I was actually looking in some places in Oregon and Washington as well, and I found reasonably priced. Even in California, I found some houses in Northern California that were about $140,000, right where this guy's saying right there. Found some homes up there for about $140K. So there are reasonable places where you can get a foot in the door, but they might just not be the perfect place with the perfect community. You might have to do that work. It's not actually a bad thing.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $2.56.
It's not actually a bad thing to be a part of building a community.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settled at $2.76 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settled at $3.07 a gallon.
If you attract enough people, right? CTSH, cranking.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tip,
TRMB,
free daily
cranking.
Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up
TDY, baby.
WTI crude September futures settle at 81.
They don't look like they're cranking.
Cents a barrel. That's up $2.06 or 2.59%.
Ooh, TDY. Kind of like this one. Teledyne. Trading up right now to resistance at 383.34. If they can get above 384.49 and hold it, they have a price target to the upside of 398.94 TDY. Yeah, I don't like, I hate, not hate, but can't stand old people like look at you eating your avocado. You want your avocado toast and your Starbucks and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, why don't you just tell a young person how to have an enjoyable life? Like, why do you have to just be a douche to a young person? Like, why would you do that? Why not just say, hey, you want to be a social worker and you're only going to make $12 an hour? Move somewhere else, and you have a great life. Yeah. Look at John. Jimmy's all upset at young people. Jimmy, you salty, dirty old dog. Look at Jimmy. Jimmy's like, they're getting effed because of all their worship social media. Terrible, Jimmy. You're not nice, man. You cranky, dirty old man. You got to tell these help a young person out, man. Like, seriously. You guys get so salty in your old age. Yeah, the best advice for someone. I dated a social worker. So I dated this girl, right? And this girl was a master of social work. Dude, she got beat up every day by a bunch of teenage boys in a boys' home. And she made nothing. She made no money, like zero. She was a pauper. She was a straight pauper. I was like, what a waste of a degree. Well, of course it isn't, because that's what her love of her life was doing that work. But I was like, man, all that school. Great schooling, too. Like, great universities, didn't matter. And, like, her only option was basically become a professor and, actually teach others how to be a social worker. Yeah. Social workers, they'll never, I mean, I think their only track is basically becoming a professor. For not all, but for a lot of them. How many times have I seen? Yeah, I think that there's Jimmy. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're wrong either in that statement. I think that there's a huge culture clash too amongst young and older people. I agree with that, Jimmy. But why do I want to be a part of that? Like, I wouldn't want to be a part of that if I was young, and I wouldn't want to be a part of that if I was old. You know what I'm saying? But I agree with you that too. So I just watched. What did I watch? I watched a documentary on I think it was on Netflix, but it was from Vice, about retirement community in a retirement community in Florida. Hold on here. I think it was on Netflix. Some Kind of Heaven, I think it's called. I could be wrong. No. The Villages is Some Kind of Heaven. All right, so you ready? Here's where it gets fascinating. If you're young or old, I don't care what you are. If you're young or old, I watched this documentary called The Villages on Netflix. It was a Vice documentary. I think it was on Netflix. And I watched the entire thing. The best part of this documentary, there was an after show, like a final episode where the filmmaker was interviewed by the guys from Vice. And it was probably the best part of the entire show. The show is kind of boring. But it does lay the groundwork for the final episode. So if you can suffer through this documentary for the final episode, it's a fascinating look. Hold on a second here. Oh, they trying to sell me down here, man? What are they doing down here? So much emotion and drama down here. Look at these bears, man. My, with the bears. This documentary basically lays out how in the United States, up until where's S2 at? Well, there's R1 right there. They'll try to park this shit into the close and make you place your bets. This documentary lays out some really cool stuff, fascinating stuff. And it's not negative or positive. It just talks about how in other societies, if you look at Asian societies, if you look at European societies, there's still a lot of intergenerational living amongst young and old people. So I don't know if I'm saying that right, but basically, young people, middle-aged people, and older people are still a part of each other's lives, even right now, generally still. So you'll see younger, middle-aged, and older people still being around themselves or each other. So they have some connection to each other. And then they discuss how in the United States, there isn't as much of that in the United States. That two or three things happened. You had the boomers, right, that gained a lot of wealth, and you have medical or the living a longer life. Older people are able to live a longer life in the United States than they have ever been able to in any previous generation. So you have long lives, right, for older people. You have more wealth for
Brent
older
crude
people.
Futures settle at $85.14 a barrel, up $1.94 or 2.33%.
You have younger generations more willing to migrate and leave behind their parents and not keeping those close bonds that they've had with them when they were younger kids or coming. So when I was a kid, this is true actually. So even in my own experience, when I was a kid, where I grew up, my parents came from a large family. My mom came from a large family. They had 12 and 9 kids. So all my aunts and uncles lived in the same region. And then I had lots of, many less cousins, but still lots of cousins. Families would have 2, 3 kids. We had 1 or 2, I think, that had 5 kids. But most parents had 1 or 2 kids, 3 kids, something like that. So we had lots of cousins when I was a kid. But then we all started moving across the country. We've lived all over the country, as a matter of fact. And our family unit that we had when I was a kid is no longer there. They live all over the country and outside of the country right now for a lot of our family. So we have spread out. So in the United States, they're saying that younger kids are migrating while parents are wealthier, living longer, and not spending as much time with their kids. And so they're saying, believe it or not, that the parents are this boomer generation, these older people. What their experience was when they were younger was seeing their parents and grandparents be taken care of and be a part of this extended family unit. And now they don't have that as they get older, this older generation right now. And what else is fascinating about that is their recollections of their parents and grandparents, these older people, are that that when you got older, you were then taken care of by a younger generation, and you kind of like grew old, and you had a room, and you didn't get to do anything as you got older. You kind of just broke down and died at some point. And you were like you brought your grandmother, your great grandmother, your great aunts to this to the family dinner or to the family vacation or whatever, right? You had your old Auntie B over there, 103 years old. She never kicked off. And now she lives in grandma's house, right? In the top room in the 5th floor or something. So, so this documentary is amazing because this generation right now is like, well, I don't want to be like Auntie B. I don't want to be like Auntie M, Auntie Mary, right? Like we talk about Mary the landscaper. So you've got Auntie M. We don't want to be like Auntie M. I'm older now, and I have wealth, unlike my Auntie M. I have my health. I get to get my hip replaced, my knees replaced, and I can go spend some money. And my kids have taken off because they're migrating. They don't care about me anymore, right? My kids are off in New York City. They're off in L.A. partying. They're paying attention to Instagram. They're not paying attention to me. And I've got money and I've got my health. So I'm going to go spend it. I love you, Jimmy. So these older people are like, I'm going to go spend my money. And I got my health. So they grab their wife or their husband or 2 wives. I don't care. Or they're single. You actually see some of the highest STD rates in the country are in places like this, right? And these retirement communities, believe it or not. So like, oh, my wife's dead. I'm going to go party. I got money. I got my health. And I'm going to go find myself some hot old chicks to hang out with. My kids have taken off, and I'm going to do my thing. Now, alongside that, this documentary presents that because of the abandonment of this older generation, the only thing they've had to read is like Facebook. And so they're consuming, older people are consuming their own social media, and they're in their own bubble. And then you've got young people that have migrated, and they call their mom and dad up, and they're like, Mom and Dad is crazy. They're keeping all their money, they're spending it, and they're not giving it to me. And also, they've been on Facebook, and they're getting some crazy ideas. So, of course, it starts to create friction between generations, and it's unhealthy. It's not a healthy thing for that friction between these generations of older people and younger people. And if anything, it somewhat is tearing apart the cultural fabric of our country, right? We're losing a part of our cultural fabric from this. We know there's hate between ages right now, right? These not even just young people. We're talking like 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, not like in 60, 70, and 80-year-old people right now. So it kind of saddens me. If you have a chance to watch that documentary, it's fascinating to see the perspective of the filmmaker from Europe saying, we don't have that right now in my family where she's from. She was like, we don't have that. We are involved with, we vacation with the old people. We take them camping, hiking, biking, everything. Whereas say in the U.S., that's just not the case. Yeah. Europe, they don't do that. Europe, she's from, matter of fact, she's from Italy. And I love Italy, by the way. I love Italy. I love this. I love Southern France too. Southern France probably number one. Some parts of Southern Spain I like too. But that doesn't happen there, right? We can say that for most Europeans. Not all. She said some of that is happening in Europe, but not at the scale of the United States. So I see what you're saying. Like, fuck these kids or fuck these boomers. Like either side, I get it, but I feel terrible just seeing it happen because I feel like old people have a lot of wisdom that they can espouse upon younger generations. A lot of good wisdom and how to make it in life. Because I know you guys built this country, right? Well, not you. Actually, boomers didn't build this country. It was your parents that built this country. But you have the experience of witnessing that from your childhood of that building of our country and not passing that along. The positive things of how to do that is I don't want to lose that as an American. I don't want my kids to lose that as Americans. I don't want them to lose that insight of what it takes to have a good life. And it's hard work. That's what it is. It's hard fucking work. no matter what you want. You want to be a surfer. You want to be, you want to fuck off an apartment for the rest of your life. You want to play video games for the rest of your life. Still takes hard work to be able to do that. Yeah, I don't know if it's just the prosperity. I think there's some wisdom there that's being lost for young people. Instead, you get the answer of, fuck your avocado toast and fuck your social media. When in fact, both the older and younger peak generations, in my view, are doing something very similar. Have a lot of similarities in what they're doing. I could be wrong in that, but let's go to a lighter topic. This is a financial show, by the way. How about this? I got a good one for you. Let me see if I can get a good one here.
U.S. loan funds see $278 million in outflow in the week.
Yeah. I like that one. No, that's that question of you guys. Tomorrow, we're going to do a quick market update. It's 2:48 in the afternoon. So we're going to do a market update for tomorrow. We're going to be looking at what's going on here. The wrong date here. Tomorrow is Friday, August 4th. If you check your screen down below, we have some economic news coming out. We got non-farm payrolls at 8:30 a.m. We also have U.S. unemployment rates at 8:30, U.S. hourly wages, and the hourly wages year over year.
According to the Financial Times, House Republicans are urging Biden to limit U.S. investment in China.
For next week, on Monday, you've got consumer credit at 3 p.m. on Monday. You've got the optimism index at the U.S. trade balance at 8:30 in the morning on Tuesday. U.S. wholesale inventories, nothing scheduled for Wednesday, so not a whole ton coming out. And then on Thursday, you've got claims, CPI. And on Friday, you've got a PPI, big one there for Friday as well. So Thursday, Friday are the heavy hitters into next week. 2 more days left. We've got today and tomorrow. And then we'll look at what to expect in the coming days. Right now, we're going to do a quick look at what to expect into Friday. And then we're going to have start to begin to set up the tickers that are due to this report today at the end of the day. These we'll take a look at some of their. Well, maybe I'll read some of these expectations off to you as we head into the close today. So expectations, currently, right now, I'm going to give you 3 expectations for the market for the rest of the week and into next week. So let's start from the bear case here. We're going to look at the bearish case here, okay? And we did get a nice rollover at the start of the week. So from the bears' perspective, we have a downgrade to the S&P 500. We also have the wrapping up of major earnings coming into today, somewhat into tomorrow, but basically today and tomorrow we're wrapping up the majority of earnings season. A time for some of the size in the market to realize some of that profit and look forward to the wrapping up of earnings season and then coming into the end of summer and fall. So those 2 things right there should weigh on you to some extent. We know that we have the sellers above up here, right up in here. Signpost, you guys remember this one, signpost from 2022, previous pre-market highs up in here. We know that's some major selling up in this zone up here. We also know if Apple has any good earnings, this is where the sellers are. If Apple were to go up and rip some faces off, we know that the sell side is waiting above here, where that red bar is. We also know we got a bounce down below in the daily trigger. We kind of parked the market right here in this daily trigger down here. So we know there is some demand down below here. This is not to be trifled with. This is a major signpost area down here at this 440. I think it was 447 and some change we had as a target. We hit 447.37 to the downside. Now, bears are looking for continuation to the downside, right? They want to see this market fail. In their view that we're setting up. So the bear case here is that we go into these earnings today. They're ugly and nasty, right? And we begin to reject off of the hourly trigger at 450, 451. Begin to trade below 448 and confirm the move lower. That lower move is significant to the downside. So we're looking at a 15-minute chart right now for that significant move. And I want you to see that gap down there. That gap is huge. I want you to see it down here. Way down here, right? A price target for this first leg down is going to be 440, okay? So I'm going to draw a white box down here for you for 440 right down in here, okay? Actually bring this a little bit. Maybe even get a little bit of a sweeter deal down here. Let's try 438 and 437. Okay. I'm going to make that white here because I want to show you something about where the actual bottom is. And it's not right here at this white box. This is kind of like a midway point. We would likely trade all the way down to the weekly trigger. Let me show you how deep that is right now, okay, just so you're aware of this. So if the bears had their way here, hold on a second here. For the bear thesis to play out, you are looking for a bad earnings, wrapping up earnings to trade below this 448, right? Oh, hold on here. And begin to make our way down here to this 436, 437, 438 zone. And even if we have an up move here to begin to make our way down to 426. How long that takes us probably puts us at that time, probably puts us at 430 on SPY and 432.0 on ES, okay? Because this orange box will raise up at some point, but I would expect that bloodbath to the downside. That's the bear case. So if you're a bull out there, or if you're a bear out there, you are looking to short this 451, 452 to start slamming down this market, okay? That's your bear case. If you're theta gang, neutral gang, theta gang, you are looking for us to spend some time consolidating between this 448, 450 and this previous high up here of 459. So about a 90-point consolidation for us to gain what we need to actually go higher and slap the JPM collar that everybody likes to forget about. Nobody wants to talk about that JPM collar to the upside. We have not hit it yet. So if you're theta gang and you think, hey, you know what? We're in the middle of August, right? It's August 3rd. We're likely going to trade this thing sideways for a few weeks before we even attempt to make a run into the beginning of September to Valhalla up here at 466, 465. Then you might say, yeah, you know it's going to take some time in here. We're going to tease the bears with that crash, right? And you're going to be able to trade this sideways for the next week or two, and then we're going to make this up into the end of August. And finally slap that ask up there on the JPM collar. If you are a bull, I have to warn you of something here. Okay, if you are a bull, we do not need to hold up here to trade above. But you do need to get up here and close this gap. It is okay for you as a bull for us to trade back down to make that run higher. What you do not want here, if you are a bull, is any kind of rejection on this hourly trigger. I'm telling you something here. If you're a bull and you think we're going higher and not going to correct, you must break above the hourly trigger. You don't have a choice. You must go back up above and close some of these gaps up here. even if we roll back over. You must do that. You must form a base of interest in buying here to make that next leg higher. In that correction for the bears, just to bring this back to the bears really quick, if you get that correction as a bear, I think they're rolling the market over there? No. And even if they do roll the market over there, you are going to see the yellow line, the trigger, roll down with price. So if we see that yellow line rolling down with price, I will let you know. If I'm like, hey, this might be the actual top, I will let you know if I see that yellow line. If I see that yellow line going up straight ahead, that means it's just a correction. So we'll pay close attention to that for you if you're a seller. If this does at any point turns into the top of the market and it's not a correction, we're going to roll this stuff down, you will likely have at least one opportunity to unfuck yourself from this market. And so here's a key point here. Let's say this is the top in the market and price does get up here. You're not done, bulls. You still have to hold above the hourly trigger. If we begin to roll off that hourly trigger, that is going to be your signal to exit this market right there. Okay, so be very, very hyper. Like bulls have a lot of paying attention to do to the market right now. If you want to know what my take on the market is here, my take on the market here for myself personally is I am a bull. I am a bull. I want to see the market get above 452. Do I think the market can get above there? Yes, I do. And do I think the market can go to all-time highs? Yes, I do. And do I think we're getting a full pullback to 425 right now? I think you're out of your fucking mind. I think you're going to get that in September, October. I think that's when you get your big roll. I think you get your second big roll in February. So I don't believe, and I've got puts in this market, I don't believe you that we're going down to 425 right now. You better hope and pray if you're a bear that you get some terrible earnings today. You need some real bad news for this market to unload this fast. I think we're going to be range bound, trading sideways and up for consolidation. Consolidate this area right here for a larger move higher to slam up and trade that JPM collar to the upside. Now, my view will change if we start to see more negative news come out. So if any of that news presents itself, like unknown stuff to the market, like, I don't know, Standard & Poor's comes out and says something nasty, or we start getting really bad earnings, that kind of stuff, yeah, I'll entertain that thought. But until then, this is our trading zone right here. You're going to expect to be trading this for consolidation for enough will to go to the upside between 448, 450, and 459, 460, probably for the next coming weeks. Next couple, 2-3 weeks, something like that. Okay, so we're done. That's your expectations for next week. Go back to the main screen here. Did I swear in there? I don't think I swore, so I think I got that one. I think I nailed that one. Did I say I swear? I don't think I swore. Did I swear? I don't think I swore. I hope I didn't swear. I was just trying not to swear when I did that market update. I promised myself that I would try to do these like market, what to expect videos, and we'd clip them out. I wouldn't swear in them. Did I swear? Damn it. I'm going to have to beat myself. So my expectations, beep, next week is beep. And next week, when we talk about the beeps by beep, Q's, beep, bears, beep, bulls. I said you're out of your fucking mind. Oh, man. I think if we do roll down to 425, it's going to be a nightmare and miserable. I think it's going to suck. Like, I'm like, do I have to trade this down for like 3 weeks to 425? Is it going to be like pulling teeth? Like, come to the dentist office. It's going to take 3 weeks for us to get down there. Sorry, bro. Be like, oh, God, here we go. 3 weeks of negativity. 3 weeks of negativity. Oh, so gross. No, too funny. Too funny. Too funny. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a dip buy at 440. I wouldn't mind that. Like just a bloodbath one day. Whoop, scoop back up and swing right back up into that 450, 460 range. I'm open to that. I'm open to that 440. You can just give me a nice fat dip buy down there. I'd be happy. But 425, I think you're out of your fucking mind. Right now, I think you're out of your mind. I don't think you are. I don't think you're out of your mind once fall comes. I think like that September, October trade, I would be exiting side stage right or left. Definitely. Definitely exiting side stage left in the fall. I swore twice. Dang it. So what I'll try to do is beep those out or cut just that little bit out. I'm getting better. So I'm getting better. So right now it's 3:03 in the afternoon. I'm going to set up in the background here 6 charts for you and start to chart them out. If I have the time into the 4 o'clock hour, I'm going to go through earnings expectations for these 5 companies. Let me see how I can do this here for you. Oh, hold on a second. Is that better, Chaz? Hold on a second, Chaz. I want you to know that I think you're out of your mind if you think we're trading down to 425. You'd be lucky if you got 440. This is a Captain Fireside chat moment, so I can stare at you guys directly in the eyes out there. Okay, hold on. We will chart full screen. All right, so full screen here, okay? We're going to switch back to, so Bears, you know what you need to do, right? You know what you're defending right here, right? You know what you're doing. I'm telling you right now. Let me know in the chat right now. How about this? In the chat, are you like full port short here? Like, are you full port short? Just be honest. Own that shit. If you're like, I'm fucking short, we're going down to 440. We're going down to 425. Wear that shit with a badge of honor. If you're like, I'm just trying to get out of my puts right now, like me, wear it like with a badge of honor. Just let people know where you are. We're going to do a grid here of 6. Hold on a second here. Now we're going to do these 6 right here. I'm going to exit. And I think I'm going to mute. I don't know how to mute. Let me see if I can do this again. Main camera. Deactivate. Activate. Close. Why can't I move this? Why is my camera? How about I just dump this thing? I'm going to dump that for right now. I'm going to try to add a source here. Video capture device. Add source. Camera 2. Main camera. All right. Add source. Having a really weird main camera. Nope, still not doing it for me. I don't know why that is. All right, maybe I'll just get rid of it. Webcam frame. Mute that right there. And I'm going to mute the chat box really quick. Just give me 1 second here, guys. And we're going to show these tickers. So this is SPY right here. So I'm going to bring this over for you. It's a 15-minute chart. 1-minute chart on SPY. Here's the close. You know where bears want to hold above here at 450. It's actually higher. It's 451, not 450. So you see SPY right there. We're then going to do Amazon. Right here. And I'm going to give you guys some targets on Amazon. What am I looking for here? $134, $134 and some change up here. It's an upside target for Amazon. And then the downside target, let's see if we can do a 5-minute chart on this one. Here's the upside target for Amazon. For the downside target on Amazon, $123.24. And if they really miss, 117.84. So if you're looking for a dip to buy in Amazon, 117 is where I'd be thinking about. There's SPY right there in the 1-minute chart, so you can see that better. Put that right there. There's Amazon. We're going to do Apple next to the right of that. Apple right now currently parked. Oops, sorry. PL. Amazon right now is currently parked right on its hourly trigger. Like that's its hourly trigger right there. They got a gap to the upside that needs to be filled. You can see that on the 1-minute chart. 5-minute chart has a giant gap on it above as well. Right up here, big old gap left behind on Apple between 124.40 and 192.60. Upside target on Apple is 196.51. So way up here. Whew. Pretty big move for Apple. Apple currently sitting on a plank, though, and that's where the scariness comes in. Apple downside target 185.69. Right about here. But they have another target even lower. 174.88. I'll just raise this one right here. If you get anything, any kind of like ugly news, any kind of miss, Apple, dude, I would think that we would trade. If we close underneath this 186, I'd be fearful. of Apple beginning a leg down here. So what I don't want to see is like, well, if you're a bear, you can get the bounce down here, but I don't want to see like the break underneath 186. If you see the break underneath here, look out. Market will start bloodbath in here. If you see that. So Apple, you already got my take on what to expect on Apple here. We're going to look at Airbnb next. A, B, and B. This is the one that I actually like the best. Look at that big old bear flag up there in the 1 minute. Nice, nice. Look at that big capitulation down right there. Big bloodbath in Airbnb. I like seeing that selling coming into their sometimes you get more continued bloodbath in Airbnb. Could have leaked out already, but I'm going to expect an outsized move on Airbnb. 151.03. I'm going to expect an outsized move on this one, guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but fairly good chance of an outsized move. Somewhere up in there. There's a couple other places here to be looking out for, like this kind of stuff here. This outsized move to the upside on Airbnb might take a few days, might not be if they have a great ER. I'm going to expect an outsized move from them. $131.38. I think this is probably the one that I'm most excited about to see what happens. 124.66. Oof. That would be a doozy right there, man. Death and destruction down there. So there's the Airbnb. We're going to do SQ next. Talk about the redheaded stepchild, man. SQ. This is the redheaded stepchild, isn't it? 73.40. I'm like totally expecting SQ to go all over the place. Like I am expecting vol here at SQ. Without a doubt. I'm expecting like pure craziness in this ticker. $68.79. Note about this one here. Come on. A note on SQ: if you have any kind of like break below here and it starts holding below that $69, be wary. If it's just trying to take out stops at $70, $69, that's one thing. If it begins to hemorrhage down there below $69, be very wary of SQ. Now the upside target on SQ is only 77.13. This one might not be priced in as well. Man, like when I see these things, I'm like, I have one message for you as a bull here. Like, it's not good enough. It is not good enough. I got to warn you of this. Not good enough. It is not good enough for you as a bull to have a good earnings right now. It's end of earnings season. We've been going up into earnings season. Stock price has been going up. You better like I'm telling you, you gotta have good earnings, good expectations, great guidance, and possibly pulling a unicorn out of your ass for any kind of expectation of continuation to the upside. So most of these runs are over. I'm looking at some of these runs right now, and you better perform here. 5-minute chart. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough to warrant, a continuation of the upside. You better be like, oh, we invented AI again. We're now doing robotics or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just not good enough. A lot of this, it looks like a lot of these companies are set up for that. So, what are you missing? Coinbase? Like, you got to really pull the rabbit out of your ass. These companies are set up to sell. I'm going to do coin next. It looks like take the money and run to me. Coinbase, currently sitting on its daily trigger. It's got an expected move to the upside of 97.02. Put on a 5-minute here. Looks like a whole lot of 97.02. Whole lot of just take the money and run. Earnings season is over, and hopefully I can buy a dip on some take the money and run trades. So if I'm looking at these things here, I'm gonna bet that there are bulls out there that are praying for a bad ER or even a good ER and take the money and run. So Coinbase 71.22 to the downside. Big to the downside. I don't think this is the implied move, but I think you'll get down there. I mean, you really need a reason for continued upside in some parts of this market. Like ER season is kind of like, we priced it in, right? Priced in Q3 earnings, ran it up. That's a huge move down right there. 77.30. 76.47. That's another one right there. Like coin, man. Coin has some 83.45. It's like coin, man. I'm interested in what coin does here too. Okay, so I'm going to put the chat box on over here. So we have a chat box available. I don't know what's going on with the webcam on this one. I don't know what is going on with the webcam on this one. All right, so we're going to go back to the main screener here. That's 321. And just 1 second here. Going to go back to a single chart here. I hope this doesn't reset my chart here. We should be good right there. So here's SPY right now. So we'll watch this close. And as we get closer to 4 p.m., we'll switch back over to the 6-panel chart for you. SPY just kind of sitting here consolidating. We tagged our PT 447 down here. Here is your daily trigger. This is where we think support is right now. Bears trying to get underneath into this close, back underneath the daily trigger, so they can start the continuation to the downside. Let people know inside the chat what you think is going to happen. Like, let me know inside the chat. Meta, dude. Woof. Meta getting bled out right now. What you think is going to happen into this close, if you're bullish or bearish on this close here. If you think that the market's going to go down, we're going to say that's it. We're going to wrap up earnings season and start bloodbathing it. Is this the start of the correction down to 425 because earnings season is ending for most of these big tickers, these heavy hitters? I'm long calls here, so I'm long calls in this close. I took some money and ran at the top, and I left some runners on, added some more to them. I'm full up and ready to go. So I'm bullish here into this close. I'm not bearish. I'm not succumbing to the bear thesis here. So I'm hoping to sell some calls at like 4:15 this afternoon. If you haven't watched the video, I talked about this on video on last Sunday. I made a warning video that talks to you about us having a rollover and to not be fearful of a rollover, any of that kind of stuff. So if you haven't watched that video yet, it was inside the Discord last Sunday night, I believe, or Saturday night. Give me like 2 minutes here. Give me just 2 minutes because I'm gonna just drink some coffee. It's 3:24 right now. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go potty really quick and be back for 3:30 in the afternoon. So just give me a couple seconds here, and I'll be right back. If I can I'll turn on some. Hold on a second here. See if I can turn this on. Hope it's not too loud. Trying to.
There were some supporters, there were protesters, they waited behind police barriers outside. The court building stands within sight, we should note, of the U.S. Capitol that was attacked, Maddie, by
Bloomberg financial news in the background, so I'm going to leave this on from New York City
President Joe Biden.
while I take a quick break.
And it's in the Capitol that former President Trump is potentially going to be sworn in again as he runs for president another time here. Having said that, we're going to continue to update you on former President Trump's arraignment there in D.C. But first, we do want to get back to markets. At the start of our show, we let the bond market take center stage, as they have been for the past couple of days. But stock investors, we want to get to you too, because stocks overcoming a degree of skittishness about those rising yields, seeing some profit taking, some strong earnings. The S&P a little bit changed, having earlier fallen about 0.6% in an extension of that Wednesday sell-off. So still seeing some fluctuation ahead of the jobs report, and of course those big earnings from Apple and Amazon. But we want to talk about some of the catalysts behind all of these moves today. So here with us, Bloomberg Equity Markets reporter Elena Papina joining us on Zoom, and in studio with us, equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Thank you both so much for joining us this afternoon. Alex, I want to start with you because you follow the macro view of markets so closely. I know there have been a lot of calls in the past few days. Which ones have stood out to you the most?
Yeah, it's great to be on with you guys. Of course, we're seeing a little bit of a pullback in the equity market amid the turbulence that we're seeing in the bond market. A lot of people are crediting the downgrade by Fitch on U.S. credit for what's happening, but a lot of business leaders, strategists, investors are all calling this a non-event. We, of course, had J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan saying this is not really something to worry about. Daniel Loeb of Third Point said that this is a cry for attention by Fitch. So that's not really the concern. I think Citigroup's Stuart Kaiser put it well. He said that it's not really the downgrade that people are worried about, but a combination of small events that have conspired to move yields higher, given the incredible run that we've seen in equities. Elena actually had a terrific taking stock column in the Bloomberg terminal the other day. We went 47 straight trading sessions without a move of 1% or lower on the S&P 500. So we were kind of due for this pullback. And the view so far seems to be that there's nothing really yet to suggest that this could be a bigger risk-off event.
Hold on, I'm so glad you brought that up, Alex, because I'm looking at this taking stock column right now, and Elena wrote this at 7:54 a.m. yesterday, and certainly we had a view on what futures would do, but we had no idea. I mean, I had no idea that the S&P 500 would close down 1.4%. Elena, did you know? Because it's like you kind of read the market's mind yesterday morning.
I had no idea, but accidentally I jinxed it. You know, we are overdue for a correction. You know, there hasn't been a 5% correction in the S&P 500 since the banking crisis in March. We've been up for 5 consecutive months. It may be time for a breather. So it's not necessarily, a big risk-off event. The most equity indexes are in the red, but we are not talking about, just a total market capitulation. Yes, the weakest parts of the market are doing worse. For example, profitless technology stocks, the Goldman Sachs group of the most money-losing tech stocks. This basket declined the most since November yesterday and is down another 1% today. So some of the shadiest parts of the market are feeling more pressure than some of the strongest parts than the S&P 500, for example.
Yeah, Elena, I want to stick with you for a second because I know you follow the options space so closely as well. Is there anything going on when it comes to options that can give us a clue as to what we're seeing in the equities market overall today?
What is happening is options traders are putting more emphasis on tomorrow's jobs report and on next week's CPI reports. Back earlier this year, these two events were more or less a non-event for volatility traders. So what they did was they bought protection, both upside and downside, and then they did not end up needing that protection. So they said to themselves, well, why bother? Right now, it's a different environment, and we may spiral into a bigger sell-off. Things may fall, another couple of percentage points from this level. So they do need more protection, and that's what they are doing. They're buying more protection ahead of tomorrow's event and ahead of next week's CPI. So it's going to be an interesting development.
But Alex, if that does happen, if we do see some sort of pullback in the S&P 500, there's so much dry powder on the sidelines. There's so many people who've missed out on this rally because it happened so quickly in such a short period of time. Are they going to just jump back in?
Exactly. So as Elena said, there is more focus right now on the macro. If you look at the last couple of days, there's nothing really that has changed the bull case. Soft landing optimism is still intact. We're still nearing peak rates. But of course, it depends what we see from that jobs report tomorrow. That's really going to determine how investors are feeling about the rest of the year. But, even if we do get a jobs report that renews worries about where interest rates will go, one of my sources, Jay Hatfield over at Infrastructure Capital Partners, I know he's a friend of the show and he comes on often. He's great. He was telling me that he thinks that so many people have missed out on the rally that they might see the pullback as an opportunity to step into the market and get some of their cash off of the sidelines, so we won't get this Armageddon type of sell-off that a lot of investors are worried about.
Because they see it as an opportunity.
Exactly. So they'll start to pile in. The ones that have missed out on the rally, that have been, sitting on cash, will say, okay, the market is, going through a correction. Now is a good time to buy stocks.
So I'm curious then about when we know that the pullback or the profit taking is kind of wrapping up. What are your sources telling you about that, and what does that sort of start to look like?
Yeah, so, of course, people are seeing this volatility as a good time to do some profit taking. Citigroup's flows data showed that long positions on the S&P 500 suggested that profit taking risk was, something that people were kind of expecting, especially ahead of some big events that we have. We have the tech earnings today and the jobs report tomorrow. So before they get those reports, they kind of wanted to lock in their gains this year. But we'll have to see what comes out of those reports before we can really tell what things will be looking like. Julian Emanuel over at Evercore ISI was on Bloomberg TV this morning. He made a really good point. He says that even though he does see a recession at some point in the next 12 months, there is nothing yet that points to one in the imminent future. So as long as the soft landing case is still intact, equities can continue their run.
Is there anything that could happen tomorrow, Elena, that could sort of defeat the narrative?
For sure.
Defeat the
First
narrative?
of all, Apple and Amazon Apple and Amazon earnings, the jobs data tomorrow is going to be critical after ADP report was much hotter than expected. So that,
Okay, so let's take one of these things at a time. Okay, so if the ADP report comes in hotter than expected, the concern, of course, is that the Fed will have to raise interest rates more.
Right, the jobs report is going to point a similar picture. Now, the ADP
Tell him that it's going to moon because of that.
We don't know yet if that hotter than expected.
He doesn't want to tell him that. It's going to moon.
Materialized on Friday. But with that in mind, we have a jobs report at 8:30 a.m. Friday.
Tell him it's going to moon on Friday.
Reports from Apple and Amazon. The two stocks.
Tell him that the market is going to go back and return to the scene of the crime into Friday.
Today is more important as of broader.
Tell them that we're going back up to 360 by Friday close.
Apple for sure. Apple for sure. Yeah. It's a big AI play at this point, and it's a big play.
Oh yeah, hold on, I got you, Nino.
Supply and demand.
Nino, you can type in or exclamation point Discord.
And Apple being a broader, barometer of consumer health, and consumers have, helped take the economy out of recession or helped skirt the recession. So that is, of course, a big issue with Apple reporting after the bell.
All right. Of course, the China story as well is one that I'm going to be watching closely too, to see the health of the consumer in China, because the greater China region for Apple, Maddie, is such an important one. We're going to have to leave it there for our stock segment. We did bonds. We're doing stocks. A big thank you to Bloomberg Equity Markets reporter Elena Popina and Equity reporter Alex Semenova joining us on the latest with the markets. Speaking of what the markets are looking like, well, we're seeing some red on the screen. The S&P down more than 0.1%. The NASDAQ is flat, and the Dow just down fractionally right now. Let's go to Washington, D.C. for a check the latest world and national news.
Turn this off here. So, you know what I need is I'm looking for, I'm going to look at Twitch right now. Thanks for Exotic Seal. Thanks for typing in Discord. Did that not, Did the Discord not come up? Wait a minute. Why did the Discord not come up? Let me check this right now and see why it didn't come up in Hey, thanks, Lost Fun Zone. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. No. Dude, Nightbot not working. It's having a stinky right now. You know what I need to do is I need to, no, I don't want to switch to non-mod settings. Channel points. Mod view. Okay, let me see. I think maybe Joe Donut. Dude, Lost Fun Zone getting all kinds of busy in the background. Lost Fun Zone. What did you do 6 days ago? Updated by Lost Fun Zone. Require phone verification for some chatters. Account age less than 1 week. Require email verification for all chatters. What is that? What did you do there? Lost Fun Zone. Yeah, I'm looking in the mod actions. Lost Fun Zone, he said, so 6 days ago, Lost Fun Zone is now requiring phone verification for some chatters. Account age less than 1 week. Require email verification for all chatters. Lost Fun Zone, what are you doing? Lost Fun Zone, where are you? I'm just messing with him. Hold on. Let me see what I was. Let me see. I like this mod view. Let me see here. I am looking for somebody to take on. There's predictions right there. He's beefing up security to stop the bots. Right on, right on. Lost Fun Zone. Do you have a lot of experience inside of Twitch by chance? Automod Q. I'm seeing some cool stuff here. Let me see here. Discord won't verify your phone number because it says that phone number is already in use, even though I've never used it. Can you make a new? Can you make like a new? Can you get a fake phone number or something? Stop the bots. Wasn't Lost Fun Zone in here just a moment ago? There he is. He's in there. He was in here like 4 minutes ago. Who has a lot of experience with Twitch? Lost Fun Zone pulling a Beartown Sheriff. You have a lot of experience with Twitch. Shikuni? Oh, wow. Shikuni's been here since forever. Been here since 2013. You dirty dog. Oh, dude, Shikuni. Dude, he knows exactly what's up. I gotta follow you, man. What's up, Shikuni? Hey, if you guys out there follow, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Follow Shikuni, Shikuni. I just followed him. I just followed him. And I'm gonna turn on notifications for you. What's up, brother or sister? I don't know what I'm doing, brother. Like our sister. I don't know what to call you. Hold on here. Now I screwed it all up. I don't know what I'm doing here. I just followed Chikuni. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, I'm missing a bunch of stuff here. Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm doing here. I definitely don't know what I'm doing here. I'm definitely not doing a good job. Oh, that was your job to stream games? Right on, right on. You made 20K so far trading? Right on. Don't follow him because he's a Fortnite trader or a Fortnite player. Yeah, I need help with I don't know what I'm doing with Twitch. I followed you on Twitch. I don't know how to send you a message or something. How to reach out to you. I have a bunch of questions about Twitch that I need answered. It seems like you know what you're doing. Awesome. Oh, yeah, they're drawing this out. Without a doubt, they're drawing this out. 3:41 in the afternoon, 14 minutes left. You hit me up in the Discord, man. And is your Discord handle the same? And I will, let me get a Discord invite right now. I don't know if you're in there or not. I'll put one in right now, so hold on. I'll get a Discord invite for you guys right now. I'll copy and paste one. Give me 1 second here. Get everybody. People were asking for one, so make sure we're in the right Discord right now. I don't know what I'm doing here. Here's a Discord invite for YouTube. YouTube seems like it's working. Yeah, I think we're pushing buttons right now. All right, I got you, brother. I'll seek you out. I'll seek you out today. The link from Twitch to Discord. What do you mean by that? The link from Twitch to Discord? Explain that better to me. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Nightbot is raging right now. I am long as fuck right now, so. Oh, Discord link in the about. Okay, is that you, Raveology? You see everything but Discord there? Roger that. Twitch profile. Hold on. Hold on. Twitch profile. Profile and about. Okay, I got you guys. I appreciate the help. There's also a Twitch and Discord integration. Twitch and Discord integration. If any of you guys out there understand any of this stuff? Yeah, the TikTok we have set up. We have the TikTok set up for highlights and lowlights when I'm losing my ass and when I'm winning. So we could do like highlight and lowlight lights for TikTok, but we're not even there yet. So I think you're right. Yeah, I got a shit ton of 451Cs. I got a bunch of 451Cs. There's like almost 1 million 0 to 8 puts for today. Almost 1 million. 700,000 or something. 700, 800,000 0 to 8 puts. I'm like, I bet they don't. Well, not I bet, but do they want to print? Do they want to print those puts, or do they want to print my shitty calls? Probably print my shitty calls. No, they're at like 9 cents right now. I don't really care. So you got to remember, there's 700,000 puts right now, trading 22 and 53 cents. Do they want to print all those, or do they want to print like a couple thousand calls? Do you guys understand what I mean by that? It's like, do they want to print those puts or those calls? I don't know. Maybe they do want to print those puts. If I was a dealer, so how do we say this? Is we say this like this: if I had a bucket full of water, right, and there were 2 buckets, right, and I have to pour all my bucket of water out into the put bucket, or I have to pour just a splash out to the call bucket. Probably pour the splash out to the call bucket and save the rest for myself if I was a dealer. So we'll see. Yeah, I see what you're saying on that. The cheap 450s to go in the money. It's possible we could do, that panic, the old panic apple or something like that down here. And you get that monster move higher. Something like some kind of craziness down here where those 30-cent calls go down to like 10 cents. Then they print hard and heavy up here. I'd be open to buy those too down there. So if we go down there and start doing that stupid shit, I'd probably buy a bunch of those 450s too. About 300 of them or so, somewhere in there. If you give me 450Cs at like fucking 9 cents or 3 cents, I'm gonna buy them all. Every last one, not all of them, but I'll put at least one full order in. They say they don't. Dealers say they don't have puts. Not on SPY. I think they do. But they say they don't. They claim that they don't. I think they're lying about that. I think they actually are buying and selling calls and puts. I think it's a blend of high-frequency trading firms, dealers, and they do it both call and put side. So I think the whole argument that it's retailers, you're out of your fucking mind. You couldn't. If I tried to do that trade, I have tried to do that trade. I have called my broker. Used to do that trade, and they started front running me. So I got really fucking upset about it. I used to buy like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in cheap calls and puts. I don't do it anymore. I felt like they were packaging me into other trades. So like I think in a block of trades. Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to call my broker for it. And I got in a big fight with him, too. 2 fights with him. He refunded me my money both times, though. I'll say that. Gave him money back. All of it. Like $15K on one and $5K on another. I was fucking pissy. I was fucking livid. Hey, Will, what's going on, brother? Look at how flat that heat map is, right? That's a 1 hour heat map right now. Here's a 4 hour heat map. Flat and slightly red. That's a 4 hour heat map. On the day, we got a mixed bag here. Looking for rotation right now. Looks like there's some rotation into finance. Rotation into oil. Tesla's up on the day, which is good to see. I didn't look at GME today. I wanted to see what GME did, and I didn't get a chance to look at them. Very flat in the market right now. Good eyes, by the way. I'm going to have it's 3:50 right now. We got 10 minutes left. I'm going to have, I don't know what happened yesterday, but Financial Juice was not calling out earnings calls yesterday. So today you will get earnings calls from me. I'm going to try to get it from Twitter, from First Squawk or whatever. So you'll see that from me at some point today. So I'm going to switch over here right now to the Webull full chart. I'm going to turn on this one right here for you. This is the SPY up here in the top left-hand side. This is mostly what I'm interested in here. This is a synthetic trade. So they
just
don't
keep in
get.
mind now at the top of the hour on the closing bell of this session, do get Amazon's earnings coming through. So these are for Q2 2023. Their estimated EPS seen at 35 cents with an estimated revenue of $131.63 billion.
I am trying to synthetically trade these big tickers. I mean, these things will move the market here. So rather than being tied into these tickers until open tomorrow, put a little bit of cheap risk on in hopes of a major squeeze or major downside move. Here's coin right here. Here's Airbnb. Spoos right here. Got 7 minutes left. I got the chat showing for you guys out there. Yeah, I'm in zero dates right now. They're dirt cheap. I'm in some 451s. They're now up a couple pennies. I'm finding it very hard to believe they're going to pay these puts out. I'm going to try to make some fat cash on this. There's Amazon. Here's Apple. Apple with a bid into the close right now. Coin with a bid into the close right now. SQ with a bid into the close right now. Airbnb. Come on, SPY, baby. Pay me my money. I've been adding those 451s all day here. Took a bunch off earlier, but then I started adding some more. Where'd I add some? Somewhere down in here I added some. Added some more down here. Added a little bit more right here. We'll see if we can get these things to print. I'm hoping they don't roll. If they do roll and we then go up, I probably will switch to a higher strike. We'll keep an eye on that and see. Cheap way to trade this. Cheap way to
5
gamble.
minutes now to the closing bell on the session, on which we do get Amazon reporting Q2 2023 earnings. Estimated EPS of 35 cents with an estimated revenue of $131.63 billion.
The IIF sees U.S. inflation cooling faster than Fed estimates, while many analysts warn that inflation will likely take longer to cool down and currently priced in. The Institute of International Finance's Robin Brooks, Jonathan Fortrun make the opposite call. They say in the report that it's going to be faster than expected. Donald Trump's inside of a federal court for his arraignment on criminal charges. Pulling up the skirt of all the politicians, believe it or not just him. I have another report here of U.S. may put armed troops in commercial ships to stop Iran's seizures. Seems like a logical thing to do. Cheaper than chasing ships all over. Fucking Zero Hedge is like the market's next challenge, selling over 70 billion in systematic selling. Start buying your puts, baby. Someone has to buy all these puts. I don't know who's going to buy them, but Apple doing the creepy crawly up the wall right now. Yeah, coin is kind of wild, right? I could easily see coin getting wild after the bell. I think like coin is like the kind of ticker that like coin is the kind of ticker that can probably go up and down and print both sides, right? Come on, Apple, baby. There we go. Come on, SPY. SPY calls moving on up, trading 13, 14 cents right now. 450C's trading 41 cents. Keep on squeezing, baby. SPY trading 449.60 right now. Apple crawling up the wall of worry right now. Come on, Apple. Come on, Amazon, baby. I might need to put a sell order in early so I can actually get that shit to fill. Whole lot of buying coming in on big bars on SPY right now. You can see those big green volume bars. Hedge funds taking off the hedge right now into the close on SPY and Apple and Amazon. A little bit of bleeding going on in coin right now into the close. Amazon reports at 4 p.m. SQ reports at 4:05. Coin reports at 4:10. Apple reports at 4:30. So I'm going to be looking for this Amazon trade to push Apple or SPY up into the 4:15 hour.
So 1 minute, we're expecting Amazon's earnings coming through on the closing bell.
Relying upon Amazon to have a good earnings right now, to have some quick, fast beats. One minute left. Come on, Amazon. Don't dog out on me now. Blood in the last minute here on Apple. They've taken my calls down to 8 cents right now, 4 cents. Well, they're trying to whittle me down on these calls. I'm still holding them right now. Well, look at SPY selling right now. Trading all the way down to 448.58. Trying to retag the daily trigger once again. Amazon blasting off to the upside right now.
So we are still waiting on these Amazon earnings to hit the wires.
Still long calls right here. Oh!
So Amazon earnings coming through now, so the EPS at 65 cents. Operating income $7.68 billion.
Let's squeeze that shit back up there again.
So Amazon Web Services net sales at $22.14 billion. That's a beat on estimate of $21.71 billion. Operating margin 5.7%. A big beat on estimates of 3.46%.
Huge beat on
so net sales
Amazon Green Bars, baby.
That's a beat on estimates of $131.63
Huge beat, blasted above 134 to 136.60 on Amazon, crushing it right now.
Subscription services net sales at $9.89 billion. A beat on estimates of $9.79 billion.
SPY trading up to 450.56 right now.
Beat on estimates of $4.86 $82.96 billion. North America net sales at $82.55 billion.
Amazon,
A beat on estimates
killing
of
it right now.
$79.68 billion. Online store net sales at $52.97 billion. A beat on estimates of $52.45 billion. Forward guidance as they see their Q3 net sales.
Apple doing well after the bell right now, trading $137.59 right now.
The prior estimate was $138.3 billion, so a slight upward revision to their Q3 net sales. Operating income, they're seeing it at $5.5 to
Airbnb right now, trading green,
again, an upgrade from the
145.20.
prior estimate of $5.41 billion. So overall beats across the board from Amazon in the second quarter there. So mainly of note, it's worth seeing the net sales again, $134.38
Airbnb trading
billion,
147, closing the gap above right now.
$131.63 billion. EPS did beat at 65 cents on estimates of 35 cents. Operating margin up as well at 5.7%.
Beat on Amazon. Looks like a beat on Airbnb. Woo!
So seeing some strength in the indexes following Amazon's beats here.
Strength in the indexes, baby. SQ green right now, trading 76.11 right now. Airbnb trading 147 right now. Rage from sell side and SPY right now, trying to pin the market down. Utter bullshit. Amazon trading 140 almost right now. 139.15. Holy shit. Amazon, baby. Mother load. New high on Amazon. New high on Amazon, trading 139.15. That is going to hurt. 4:03 in the afternoon right now. Rage from sellers. Rage from sellers, trading 450 on SPY right now. They do not want to see that 451 get tagged. 139.15 on Amazon. Look at Apple, baby, trading 192.47. And they're trying to, look at this, what they're trying to do with fucking SPY, dude. 147 on Airbnb. SQ trading 76.11 right now. Then we got Coin over here. Coin not doing anything. I guess that's what's holding up the market here is Coin. Watch Coin go red and the entire market collapses. SPY, baby, trading 450.15 right now. Dude, Amazon. Apple trading 192.47, trying to break above and close out the gap to the upside. Airbnb now reversing to the downside. Hit their expected move. Now trading 131.02. Hit both the up and downside move on Airbnb. Pullback on SQ right now. Oh, dude, I'm watching. This is hilarious to watch. Take the money and run. My calls went to like 26 cents on SPY, something like that, 26 cents. Look at Amazon, baby, 139.20. Yeah, I am losing my voice. I am, Joey. I am losing my voice, brother. Apple now with another buy, dip buy down below. Coin starting to move higher right now. Look at SQ. I got to check SQ right now. Find out what is going on with SQ and what is got, dude. Airbnb, dude. Fucking savages on Airbnb. Savages. Anybody got a report on Airbnb? Savages on Airbnb. I wish Apple's report was right now. So I want to watch the Apple report. It's at 4:30. Is Apple's report at 4:30? Amazon second quarter EPS 65C, expected 35C. Amazon second quarter operational income 7.68 billion, estimated 4.72 billion. The fact that Amazon is only up at 139.20 is a disgrace. It is a disgrace that Amazon is not mooning right now at this moment. Let me repeat that to you one more time. Amazon 2Q EPS 65C. The expected was 35C. Their 2Q operating income, right, was $7.68 billion. Estimated $4.72 billion. Amazon sees third quarter net sales 138 billion to 143. The estimate was 138.3. So it's kind of in line. They had an estimated net sales of in Q3 of 138. I think they did 138.08 to 143.08 on Amazon. Apple squeezing higher right now. Amazon's up 5.2% right now. Unreal here. Amazon should be way, 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 way higher right now. Way, 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 way higher right now. Apple ER is, I believe, at 430. If you want, I'll stick around for that because I'm holding some calls here into this close. It's 4:08 p.m. right now. I'm looking to get some payday here. So we'll wait until I will wait with you until 4:30. Apple now trading 192.48. I'm going to assume shorts are very panicky on Apple not crushing their earnings right now. So we'll see if Apple crushes their earnings. I mean, you're talking about breaking 200 on Apple today if they beat their earnings like Amazon did. They will smash 200, smash it out of the park. Dude, what the fuck is going on with Airbnb? Anybody got any news on Airbnb? So they had a beat, right? So Airbnb beat and they're trading this like this is such a fucking scam on Airbnb, man. Straight scammed on here in Airbnb. It's take the money and run, isn't it? Buy a dip on Airbnb down here. I'd like to see what Airbnb opens at tomorrow. I might have to. I'm thinking about buying some of this right now. Yeah, I like the idea. This looks like a scam to me. This looks like a scam to try to get out of this trade. If I had to guess, someone was long Airbnb and shorting the fuck out of it, and they tried to short the shit out of this to get out of it and long it again. I'm interested in Airbnb as a buy and hold trade into tomorrow right now. It's saying that Airbnb looks great. Some people in the chat are saying that they had a great earnings. This is a full-on scam on this ticker right here. Coin, baby, going to the moon. Coin currently going to the moon right now, trading 94.17. You know, I expect it kind of out of Coin, and I expect it kind of out of Airbnb and kind of out of SQ. I don't expect it as much out of Amazon and Apple. But even here on Amazon, dude, 140 easily. We'll see if they come back and check on this 134.70 for a more continued upside right now. They're definitely trying to pin SPY right now, too. SPY should be fucking mooning right now. Should be fucking mooning. Should be 451 minimum. And you can see right here that sell side does not want to give up this hourly trigger right here. They do not want to give this up right here. And what happens if Apple moons? Apple goes to 200. What are you going to do? Say SPY's not fucking going to break above 450? Get fucked. Get fucked. Sorry. Oh, hell no. This is bullshit right now. This is straight bullshit in the market right now. Straight bullshit. SPY or Apple's now trading 192.71, and you're fucking telling me that SPY's not fucking mooning right now? Get out of here. Look at Coin. Straight moonshot to $97. Look at SQ's coming up right now. What is you telling me Airbnb is holding the entire market up? That's what you're trying to tell me. Airbnb is holding the entire market up. Oh, you love to see it right here. Love to see it. Apple trading 192.95 right now. 3 minutes left into the bell. They're trying to pin down SPY. Look at dealers just like, fuck you, it ain't going up. When I got these, I'm going to end up closing these things. I'm not going to sell them. I'm going to hold them right into the close here. These next 2 minutes here. So we'll see what happens here. I'm not selling. Next 3 minutes, I want to see big, fat, fucking green candles right here on SPY. Tell me we're trading 193 on Apple. Look at Coin right now. Smashing. Trading $100 right now on Coin. Smashing. Amazon. Smashing. Apple. Smashing. SQ coming up. I don't know what's going on with the redhead stepchild over here. I apologize if you're a redhead out there. But Airbnb, like, what is going on with you, bro? I mean, just look at this. Coin smashing. SPY. They're like, we're not going to give it to you until the bell, bro. We'll definitely green bar it after 4:15. Give us till 4:16. We'll green bar it up, bro. Oh, there it is up there. There it is up there. This is the sell side rage right here. Look at that candle. 4:13 right now. These are dealers not wanting to put prints out there for calls. Trading 193.15 right now on Apple, and you're telling me SPY's trading 457? Get out of here. 17 cents right now on 451C, 16 cents. Give me that last bar up there. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Apple trading 153.15 right now. Look at that, baby. Look at this. This is crazy. Look at this right now, right? You got Apple trading 193 right now, right? And this is not even 1 day of, this is 1 day of losses right now.
Now to Apple's earnings report, rising 1% post-market ahead of this.
1 minute left for Apple. Look at SQ trading 78.80. $80 upside target right now. Coin, baby. Moonshot trading $111 right now. Way out of their side of their expected move to the upside. Coin. Coin, baby. Woo! Woo-wee. 1 minute left right now. Apple now trading 193.12. A pinning action. Airbnb coming back from a bottom right now. Amazon trying to check back on its 134 to make its way higher.
It's going to give you guys a quick market wrap. So the world's largest bond market continued to fall, and stocks fell, which rose in late trading after a bullish revenue forecast, while traders awaited Apple results. So longer-term treasuries are now on track for their worst week since 2023, owing to signs of unexpected economic strength and concerns about a widening fiscal deficit. So a report released today highlighted the resilient demand for workers,
close.
while separate data showed that the labor productivity increased, helping to offset rising labor costs. These figures came before the government's employment data, which was expected to show the US added 200,000 jobs in the month of July.
Yeah.
To non-farm payrolls
let's
coming
look
out
at.
So while that would be the weakest print since the end of 2020, it would still be a significant increase historically.
Yeah,
So the S&P 500 fell for the third day in a row today, with tech mega caps, which bore the brunt of the 3-day gain of approximately 30 basis points.
Yeah, so SPY should be trading. You ready? SPY should be trading like 453-ish.
So again, tech mega caps bore the brunt of the recent equity selling, outperformed, and also Treasury 30-year yields reached around
451.44, somewhere in there, at least right there.
A gain of approximately 30 basis points.
Not counting Amazon.
Has not changed much in the session today.
452, somewhere up in here with Amazon's report.
Necessitize tighter borrowing conditions for an extended period of time.
Woo! I want to stick around with you guys because I want to see what Apple does here. If Apple moons here, I mean, what's mooning for Apple, right? We know it's not 197, We know that it's we'll keep Apple on right now after the bell here. And look at Airbnb now coming back up, so anyone that was short was able to get out. That's a scam right there. Straight scam. SQ coming back down to check its $77 anticipated price move. So it is trading above and outside of its expected move. Coin trading outside and above its expected move. Amazon trading above and outside its expected move. You know what this looks like to me, boys and girls? the invisible hand, baby. The invisible hand on the market. Not just invisible hand, but take the money and run too. Let's look at Apple really quick. Hold on, let me see if I can go to one. Let's take a look at Apple for 430. I mean, look at that move right there. Nowhere near enough. This is SPY right here. You're trying to tell me? Fuck no. This shows you. This really does show you, right? I want to show you this right here on a 5-minute chart on Apple. This shows you here the aggressiveness of sellers on this hourly trigger. They know what happens when you break above here. And I'm fascinated now to see what Apple reports. If Apple's able to push SPY up, or I mean, if Apple hit 200 and SPY didn't go above the hourly trigger, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Look at that nice bounce. You got your daily trigger PT down here by 37 cents. You got your high or low on the day right here. Tell me we're not going to open up here tomorrow. Get out of here. I want us green, baby, tomorrow. Give us that big, big trade. Give me like a 70-point. Give me this big fucking trade in a Friday right here. Whoop. Go all the way back up here and take out 456 by close tomorrow. Price target tomorrow, 456 if Apple does good in their earnings. Dude, talk about the scam on Apple. Talk about the scam on Amazon. Talk about, I mean, this is it right here, right? Apple is basically, hold on here. Let me go to the main screen. So Apple is trying to, I mean, look at this here. Like all that should have been erased. And with Amazon as the pusher at this point, we should have gone way higher, start squeezing. Then you're talking about, here's 196, 197. And you want to look at 200. That's Valhalla right there. This is an instant sell of the market right there. Instant sell of the market. What are you going to do? You going to have Apple go to 200 and SPY just stay where it is?
10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. Next earnings print up is Apple with their Q3 2023 earnings. Their estimated EPS seen at $1.21 with an estimated revenue of $81.55 billion.
Auto sell market. Right up there, auto sell the market. And then you've got expected move right here, which is kind of outrageous. And you're talking about coming back to not even a previous high. 197.20. Excuse me. Talking about Apple only coming back to its previous high up here. I don't know about that. We got that print up there at 196. Print at 197.20. It's going to tell you what happens tomorrow. Come on, baby. Auto sell market 200. Let's check SPY at the same time. Let's see if we can do it like this right here. Apple now trading 193.64. Bears do not want to give up the hourly trigger. Bulls want to give up the hourly trigger or take over the hourly trigger right now. So now dealers are willing to trade this up and over. I don't know if you can see this here. We do it a different way here. So here's SPY right here. Now that the RTH session is closed, well, that kind of not really closed. 4:15, I guess, for SPY. They don't have to worry about options. Dealers don't have to worry about options. Apple is just blasting right now. Trading 194. Expected move on Apple to the upside, 196.70, 197 somewhere. Let me make sure I get that exactly right. Oh, fuck yeah. Put the pain on. Yeah, expected move, 196.41, somewhere down here. And higher, right there. Trading 194 right now. Want to see that break above this 196.43, 197 to get to that 200. Amazon, baby, brand new highs. Look at that squeeze. 138.40 currently trading on Amazon. Woo. Pitting right now. Pitting on SPX, on SPY, ES. Not SPX, excuse me. Just SPY and ES right now. Just pitting spoos. Qs have an inverse head and shoulders currently on it. Qs have an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly trigger.
So we're now 5 minutes away to the bottom of the hour. We're expecting Amazon to print their Q3 2023 earnings. Estimated EPS of $1.21 with an estimated revenue of $81.55 billion.
ES right now with an inverse head and shoulders on daily trigger as well. Oh, come on, dude. Make this shit explode. This is nonsense. Like, this shit should explode to the upside. This is pure nonsense here. Pure nonsense on SPY right now. Pure nonsense on ES. ES crossing its hourly trigger right now. It's actually testing. ES is testing its hourly trigger. The 1 in 5 minute is curling up from underneath if you're a Globex futures trader. Looking for an explosive move to the upside. Just waiting 4 more minutes on Apple report. Come on, man. This is bullshit. Dude, we better gap up in the overnight. Better gap the fuck up in the overnight here. I want to see what ES is saying. So right here is what you're looking for in ES right here to see if we can get above this bar right here. I don't know about that. Big money. I don't know if I believe that. This looks like take the money and run on the top. And this looks like some, I think, some pissed off. I think this market is heavily shorted right now. Heavily. I mean, I'm looking at ES right now. I want to buy some contracts here. Like, ES should explode in the overnight. Like, explode to the upside. Like, face ripper. Like, overnight gap up. Overnight gap up. That was a huge beat on Amazon. Huge. That was like monster. That was not like that. That was not like the, oh yeah, we met all our expectations by, I don't know, 0.0001. That was a monster beat on Amazon. How long have I been in the market? A long time. Over a decade. Come on, this is such bullshit, man. I'm watching ES right now, and dude, how can you even be short this shit right now? Maybe they know something we don't know. They got to know something we don't know, because this shit looks like it wants to fucking go on a mission to Mars tomorrow. Like, straight mission to Mars on the open tomorrow.
So shortly expecting these Apple earnings to hit the wires. So again, estimated EPS
One more minute here.
$1.21 with an estimated revenue of $81.55 billion. So just under a minute's time now.
Come on, baby, do it. Come on, Tim Apple, do it for me.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily.
Dude, if I can close out my underlying with ES or ES trading 46.50 or something, I might just suck myself off. I might just suck myself off. I'll have to do it in an invite only stream or something, like with like everything shaded out. Oh, don't do this, Apple. Don't do me like that, Apple. Whoa. 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 196.75. 196.99. Oh, this is bullshit too. This is complete bullshit right here. Oh God, I'm watching fucking Spy right now. I'm watching ES right now too in the background, and I'm like, get out of here. Analysts suck too, by the way. They're wrong like 70% of the time. Another reversal to the downside, and Apple just goes printed down at 191.55. Printed the upside move on Apple at 196. Oh, here we go. Apple, ready? Third quarter EPS 126. The estimate was 120. That's a beat. Revs 81.80. Estimated 81.55. That's a miss. Tell me if I got that right. That looks like a miss right there. Analysts are there not to analyze the stock, but perform a different duty for their masters. Did I miss that? Oh, so my bad. I did miss that. That's two beats on Apple. You're right. You're correct. I did miss that one. Apple third quarter EPS, $1.26. Hold on. It's scrolling by me here. iPhone revenues, $39.67 billion. That was a miss on revs. Well, not miss, but their estimated was 39.8 billion. They had 39.67 billion. Their EPS was 1.26. The estimate was 1.20, so it was a beat on their EPS. Third quarter revs 81.80, so a slight beat on revs, and they had a miss on their iPhone revs. It looks like that a miss on their iPhone revs. Apple selling down right now, trading 189.25 to the downside. Apple's expected move to the downside, 185.24, traded 189.25 on a mixed, I don't know if I'd call it a mixed review or a mixed earnings, but I wouldn't call it stellar. So we'll see what happens inside their guidance later today and find out if they talk about AI. Outside of AI helping them, they did not have the performance that Amazon had. I will say something about SPY right now. It is not selling off. You got the Amazon mega beat over here. Not seeing the pure destruction of SPY right now. On the not kind of miss, but not outstanding. Am I missing anything on Apple? I'm relying upon a Twitter account right now. Yeah, that's what I mean. The call. I mean the Apple call. Sorry, let me write that down. No more guidance, just call. I'll also write down that they never announce anything unless they're inside of an event. Fucking Apple. Yeah, I'd call it like a mixed bag beat. I'm agreeing with that. They kind of met expectations and didn't meet them in smaller metrics. That's what I'm reading. Yeah, it looks like Apple's sales declined for a third straight quarter. First time since 2016. It does look like they're trying to push a negative narrative right now on Apple. So just a heads up out there. There's a negative narrative trying to be pushed here, trying to look for any kind of negative metrics on Apple right now. Looks like they want to sell Apple right here, so be careful out there. Yeah, the AI thing would be the only thing that can save them, but just like somebody noted, they don't do guidance. We said earlier today that they normally won't discuss shit except for they're not going to discuss like a product launch. They've actually burned down deals with companies that have leaked anything. Like they like to present shit. So I don't know about this. And some of the things that I'm seeing here being posted about Apple right now, they're trying to highlight negative points inside this report right now. So Apple falls 1% after three. Oh, let me see some of this stuff. Fitch cuts muni ratings tied to U.S. sovereign to AA+. Apple falls 1% after third quarter iPhone revenue miss estimate. So they're calling it a miss right now. So just a heads up out there. There is calls that Apple is a miss. Or at least that's the narrative that's being given. Chase, thanks for the update. Other products revs, 8.28 billion versus 8.39 billion estimated, up 2% year-over-year services revenue. I like seeing the services revs going up, 21.21 billion. They started that program a couple years ago is when they really started harping on the services revs. Those are really good revs, by the way. So 21.21 billion versus 20.76 billion. Estimated up 8% year-over-year. Gross margin 44.5% versus 44%. So that's kind of a mixed bag. Yeah, I don't care about the sales as much as I care about the services. I felt like when I first started launching their services, well, I guess there's two arguments to that. Because if you're a growth company, services really don't help with that, do they? They help with fucking revs, though, man. You make some good money off services. but like hardware for growth in the company, they got to talk about AI, man. They have to talk about AI. If they don't talk about fucking AI, they're fucked, right? They need that car. They need that AI. If they don't get it, it's not going to be pretty. All right, so mixed bag today. Well, not a mixed bag in the close. We had a really good ER day overall, as far as I can see right now. We had one major player, Apple, who is, I would say, not good enough, right? Not what you want to see from Apple. So we'll see what they say. Maybe they mention AI. We gotta hear AI. So yeah, Jimmy. Jimmy, this right here, man. So on SPY right here, right? You do not want to see these rejections here. On Apple, let's go back to, or not Apple. Let's go back to the main chart here. Let's go to Webull full chart. And we're going to go to a single chart here. You don't want to see this. You do not want to see. Bulls need to get up here. Like, it's not even a choice. They have to get up here. Have to trade this zone. And the sell side, there is some serious you shall not pass going on up here. Serious you shall not pass. Now, if they start getting aggressive in the selling to the downside here, and you start seeing rejections of this daily down below here, boom, boom, something like that, we start heading down. We are going to blast down. We are going to blast down to this 439, 438 zone somewhere in here. And I actually, I'd like to buy this dip down here, but I'm telling you, if you start blasting down here and this hourly trigger starts moving on down, and you look for like a trade back up down here, you do something like that, they can send us right down to 425 like it's nobody's business. So we're going to pay close attention to this resistance up here. This hourly trigger is on bull's side. So not looking good for bulls right now. Not looking good for bulls right now. Into this close. Not a positive thing right now. No trade for bulls to the upside either. For you to take on any kind of money in a trade, I'll show it to you right here. Here, let me just maybe switch over to the trigger really quick. Hang tight here. Let's go over to let me switch over to the trigger. Now, for the overnight, ES looks strong still, okay? ES still looks strong right here. We're going to switch over to the 1 minute chart here, okay? So I'm going to show you guys something here, okay? So this is ES 1 minute chart. See this big red bar right here? I want to draw your attention to this big red bar right here. This is like where all the fight is right now after the bell. So this is some serious stuff right here. You cannot get closing red bars. Cannot get closing red bars underneath this yellow line right here. You start getting closing red bars here, and you start getting the hourly trending down right here, and you're going to get the 1 and the 5 coming over, and this will be a 3 trigger bull cluster right here. These are very powerful. They will send us to the depths of hell, like depths of hell. So be paying attention to ES between now and 6 p.m. in the overnight hours right here to see what takes place. Bulls need to get above in the overnight. 450, 30, 45, 3, 450, and get some continuation to the upside. Otherwise, no bueno for bulls right here. No bueno. Nope, dude. Like Amazon needs to hold up the market with all the weight in its shoulders here. Needs to hold the market up right now. Let's look at NQ really quick. Amazon has to hold up the world. NQ, same thing going on right now in NQ. See these big red bars right here? These fucking sellers are trying to come in here and get this closing bars underneath NQ right now. Big battle between bulls and bears into this close right now. Overnight should be interesting. I might have to stay awake tonight and trade this shit too. So if you're going to be trading Globex tonight, I'll probably get on the Globex Discord channel at some point around 9 o'clock, 2 a.m., and then until 4 a.m. tomorrow on NASDAQ and ES. Damn, dude. I'm telling you what, man. Woof. All right. Thanks for joining me today. I will see you all again tomorrow in the morning if I can wake my ass up. I've been working late nights here. I'm having meetings daytime, having meetings at nighttime until pretty late. My last meeting last night didn't end until I think 1:30 in the morning. That's how late we were having meetings last night for this freaking website. So we're very, very close to launch right now. We're trying to wrap up the tie up loose ends and get everything ready to go for you guys. So I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. If there's any kind of bloodbath in the overnight, if you want me to post something, I will. If there's any kind of like danger to the market, something like that, I'll let you know. I'm losing my voice already. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow